towel friends on the YouTube. Hello, towel friends. You are with us. Oh, the mic spiked. We've been having this issue at the beginning of some of the towel streams. Don't worry, my microphone is very sensitive. It tries to make itself better, and then it makes it worse. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is so good to see you. As you can see, the towel stream just popped up, and towel just popped up on your towel screen. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to see you. I am thrilled to have you here. And by the way, elevate the process. You give us some on-the-ground reports, reporter towel. You be safe out there. You let us know. Elevate the process is on the ground. We have a reporter towel on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Elevate the process. You be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you missed it yesterday, oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, there were just so many wonderful moments for the state on Bob Alessi's cross. I've never seen anything like it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Harvard Yard. First of all, down the pocket, Harvard Yard. Can we just say a special thank you to Super Towel Harvard Yard? Little Towel has been really struggling lately, but we're getting to a better place. And I just want you to know, whether you comment, whether you show support for your little towels, whether you're a super towel like Harvard Yard, you are appreciated. Towel loves every single one of you. I'm motivated to do these streams for hours and hours and hours because of you. It feels like nothing. It feels like we're hanging out among friends in a very cordial, welcoming, safe environment. And I can't express to you in words how much that means to Little Towel. I am embracing you all in a fluffy, warm towel hug this morning. And God bless Harvard Yard for being Harvard Yard. And let us give a special moment of towel appreciation to Harvard Yard for being such a Harvard Yard. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? You got to say it like that, Harvard Yard. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Marianne Nizio. So give it a second. YouTube will show the live, but with this, I didn't get the notification early either. However, I did have a pre-set up stream and it did go live, and there are people watching. So I do know that we're on the right live. So it's day 24, because technically one of the days was canceled, but it was actually on the calendar as moved by both parties. So technically it's a day of court. So I do think that the YouTube is working. The stream is the one that I set up yesterday. I'm not sure why the alerts didn't go up. If you don't get alerts for the channel, go ahead and click the notification bell alongside the subscribe button, and you should get the alerts. But what is interesting is I didn't get the alert either, ladies and gentlemen. But what I'm going to do is, Marianne Nizio is our wonderful super towel, our technical feedback producer in a volunteer community. We do have a beautiful community. Let me just check right here, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a pretty easy way for me to figure this out. Let's see. Yeah, it should. Okay, let's see. My channel. And then I'm just going to take a look at my channel. It says I'm live. So I think what's going on is it just didn't send a notification. But the live seems to be working. Everything seems to be looking good there. And Christina Towel. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Marianne Nizio. I appreciate it. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Murder by Maestro, the super towel, is also really good at understanding some of the way that stuff works. So if for whatever reason there's no notification on the next live or something, we'll figure it out. But I think the live is where it's supposed to be and everything's looking good. But let me know, folks, if we run into this issue where we go live on a scheduled stream and it doesn't send a notification and you have them enabled, we'll look into that. But Christina Towel, I love that eye. Good morning. Eyes wide open, ladies and gentlemen, not eyes wide shut. Our eyes are wide open. We're going to ward off invidious usurpation of our representative form of government, and we're going to be super towels while we do it. And yes, if you are wondering, oh my goodness, it is going to be a very interesting situation. Yeah, so Paul, today the cross of Dr. Welcher is going to be even more glorious, I think, for the state and for us watching. If you like vicarious catharsis, if you've read Great Expectations, if you like Miss Havisham, if you like watching Miss Havisham use Estella as a proxy to torment Pip, well, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan's reprising his role as Miss Havisham, and we get to be Miss Havisham as well, ladies and gentlemen. And let me just tell you, Bob Alessi is going to be playing the role of Pip, and Dr. Jordan Welcher is going to be a crash reconstruction expert turned Estella. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is glorious. And if you like Charles Dickens, I promise you, Towel enjoys a good Charles Dickens reference. If you can't use interwoven recursive circles of literary commentary to explicate human events, then you haven't read Finnegan's Wake, ladies and gentlemen. You have to understand the beautiful framework of The Wake is that the main character, Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker, HCE, here comes everybody, and his wife, Anna Livia Plurabelle, and their sons, who I think I call Shaman Shem, but that's probably not their main name in the book. They appear at multiple historical moments, 50 of them, ladies and gentlemen. They are Napoleon conquering France. They are in the Bible. They are watching the Crusades unfold. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, they are there for the schism at the Council of Trent or the fall of Rome. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. What you do is you use characters to manifest themselves in recursive literary circles, and then you can tell the rise and fall of human morality as embodied in a single tale. That's the beauty of the James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, ladies and gentlemen. It's an applied form of Vico's recursive historical circles. There's a little bit of Hegel's historical dialectic in there, I think, as well. Joyce is very well read in philosophy. But that's what I like to do as well. So when I'm saying, think about what I'm saying to you. At one moment, Karen Reed, at one moment, Hank Brennan is Miss Havisham, and Bob Alessi is Pip, and Dr. Welcher is Estella. Think about that literary analogy, right? Vicarious catharsis. But then we could also talk about how Karen Reed is a wannabe Irene Adler from the Sherlock Holmes story, A Scandal in Bohemia, the novel, actually. And how you should watch the BBC adaptation of A Scandal in Bohemia from 1984, starring Jeremy Brett, if you want to see the best possible version, truest to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's underlying literary masterpiece. But anyway, Irene Adler tries to outsmart Sherlock Holmes in the underlying story, and she actually does. But in this story, you could see Karen Reed pop up as a wannabe Irene Adler who gets outwitted by Hank Brennan, right? And you can use all of these recursive historical literary analogies to talk about and flesh out the roles that these different players are embodying, and then that is what makes a very good book. I think James Joyce went a little overboard with The Wake. It's a little too stream of consciousness. The beauty of his historical mosaic is lost in his, what I'd call kind of like overindulgent like literary style. Like, it's great, I get the point, he's flexing a little bit, but it doesn't, if your goal is to engender popular understanding of how history functions and how human beings are just part of a wider series of overlapping circles that progress slowly in more of like the Hegelian form I was mentioning, thesis plus antithesis clash to create a synthesis becomes the new thesis, a new antithesis merges, the process repeats. If your goal is to explicate that, don't encode it into a book that's like a dream state walk through Dublin. Like, no one's going to get it, and most people did not get it. But ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I pray your indulgence as I'm talking about James Joyce's Wake, the Finnegan's Wake. Macy, if you've never read James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake and you need to boost yourself on a down day, you will never be want of discussion for a topic of at a New York high society fashion party if you can master the historical overview of the Wake and tie it into Vico's recursive historical circles. And you might say, Towel, I don't think I'm going to find myself at a New York high society fashion party. Well, you know what? You never know when that might happen, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, world. It is great to see you, dear friend. No updates on Turtle Boy. He does have a criminal trial, though. Remember, June 9th, ladies and gentlemen, 2025. Aidan Kearney will be going to criminal trial in Dedham District Court. He is facing a number of different charges in both Norfolk Superior Court and Dedham District Court, ladies and gentlemen, and he will be going to trial first on the District Court RO violation charge with the named victim, Lindsay Gattani, on June 9, 2025. And by the way, folks, if you'd like to go to court to support Lindsay Gattani on June 9, 2025, you are, of course, entitled to go to support Lindsay Gattani. I believe all of 19, the wonderful Super Towel themselves, is potentially going to help, or at least is interested in helping to coordinate people. So if you Grant had a Swedish fish-themed energy drink. So when I get to drink Swedish fish-themed energy drinks, and by the way, it's not a regular Swedish fish-themed energy drink. It is one with an exceptionally ridiculous amount of chemicals that I'm sure are very bad for Little Towel, but they make me awake, ladies and gentlemen. Super Towel hugs to you, Holistic Psychology. It is great to see you, dear friend. Yes, and one time I even tried a slice of an apple. I remember it distinctly. It was about 1994, ladies and gentlemen, and Little Towel was sitting on the porch of a cottage. It was somewhere down the Cape. I remember it was a rainy day, and my mom and my dad, and I think I only had one or two siblings at the time. We were playing some kind of board game. I forget. It was really fun, actually. It was before the internet really came to prominence. And I distinctly remember my mom being like, do you want to try a slice of cut up apple? So she took a green apple and she cut it up, and I took a little slice, and I remember picking it up and I ate it, and I was like, this texture is very weird, but I guess it kind of tastes like apple juice. And then I never ate an apple again. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 6-9 trial is a big deal, and I did try an apple once. I'm not necessarily sure how those two things are related, but this is what happens when you give Towel 5 days off. I then have so much pent-up energy that over the course of the past 3 days, we have streamed for 12 hours each day, and I am still not tired. In fact, I think my voice is getting stronger. I'm a little bit concerned that I'm now going to be able to speak for like 12 hours a day every day because I've built up the muscles in my voice box such that that is going to be possible. Oh my goodness, it is Murder by Maestro. And let me reflect. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you how pleased I am that we are starting the day. It is 7:40 a.m. By the way, we're waiting for session to come into to start up in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial in just about an hour and 19 minutes at about after 9 a.m. It is a half day today, but it's a proverbial half day. There will be a 20-minute morning break. We'll be in session from 9 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. A juror has an appointment later in the day. I hope Bob Alessi will finish up his cross. He's about halfway done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, yesterday was amazing. Well, I know that this is absolutely my 12-pack. Yeah, I think Little Towel is very close to, oh, God bless you, Eva. That is one of the nicest things I've ever seen anyone say on a towel comment, whether it has the nice, beautiful background or not. So I just want to give you a super towel hug, Eva, and take a moment to provide some recognition for you. You are appreciated and you are a super towel, and I do hope you can see my dad's right in the corner with us. He's going to hang out with us, I think, for a while on the stream. We got Chewbacca and the koala. We got the Batman super towel emoji, which you can use to summon Murder by Maestro. You got the Rock being nailed in half. You got Chloe the dog in a wig, which, by the way, Chloe the dog in a wig is never going away. She was at the podium yesterday during the cross. It was wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. But Eva, thank you so much. My dad's legacy was one of warding off nefarious corporate behavior through corporate class actions designed to protect consumers. Protecting the vulnerable during his time in the DA's office, running high-level investigations into the mob. And then he also was a very committed family man. He loved to travel. He would plan itineraries for his friends when they would go on their honeymoons. He loved it was more than just the traveling. It was, how are we going to, like months in advance, where are we going to go? What sites will we visit? And he knew, like, all of his kids like different things. So he'd be like, okay, some of us will go on this thing, and then I'll send you all off on this other thing. He was so good at it. As I got older, I think he kind of would try to explain, how to do it. I have a little bit of an executive function disorder, and I also am not great with emotional intelligence. So I didn't really get what he was teaching me at the time, but in hindsight, I learned a lot of lessons from him. And I did get to express it to him. I sent him, I'll read at one time, not now, it will make me cry, one of the letters I sent him towards the end of his life. Just, it's hard to put into words what someone means to you. It was easier for me to do it as Twitter posts and Facebook posts, which really, it was shocking. I just want to pause because Eva was so kind to highlight my dad's legacy and pay a nice tribute to me in this comment. I was at my dad's celebration of life. I think it was just last weekend, and oh goodness, somebody came up to me, some lawyer, I don't remember, in the government or something, and they were like, oh, I was down in Washington, D.C., and I was with my colleagues at a bar, and one of the other people, like somebody came up to us that we knew from our department and was like, oh, did you read Grant's post about Rick? And the table, he was telling me, like, the table was like, wait, that can't be that Grant, and that can't be that Rick. And all of them apparently knew who not only my dad was, but who I was, and my post about him, which, by the way, David Yannetti was commenting on and Kevin Reddington commented on, so I knew people were reading it. I didn't know it got to Washington, D.C., and then he was like, yeah, like, I didn't know your dad passed, and then we were all talking about this, and it was a very, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute. You all, unprompted, in a bar in Washington, D.C., you government lawyers were reading my post about my dad's life, like in honor of my dad's life. And not just that, you then were talking about it as a group, and you all understood. I was like, I was blown. I didn't say it to him at the time. I was blown away. I was like, whoa, I really got to take stock of what are you talking about? Because to me, like, the numbers, if you look at, I'm going to scroll down, but God bless you, Eva. I just want to reflect for a little bit. But if you look at it's going to take a long time to load up all the comments that jumped by while I was pontificating. Not really pontificating, just more expressing my appreciation for Eva. If you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, the reach of this, I think of it more, Sheffield Flannel is here. Hello, Gabby Flannel. God bless you and Sheffield Flannel. You are wonderful human beings. Towel sends a special fluffy hug to you. But yes, rest in peace, Frederick Ellis. Thank you, Jew Drops. God bless you. But if you think about it, I don't really think about this channel in the terms of its reach, okay? It's just numbers to me, and I don't mean this gratuitously, and I think of it, you are all very human to me. But when I look at the analytics of this channel, okay, I see, not just this channel, but on X as well, 180 million views over the past 18 months or whatever it is now, 150. Then I see like 40,000 watch hours on the YouTube over the past 28 days. And I see all these different countries and all these views, and I don't really get it, right? Like, to me, I'm just like, that's like, that's what happens. Like, people read a lot of interesting stuff. I don't really realize what those numbers actually mean, until that somebody's like, oh yeah, I was in Washington, and like, we were all like, not only did we read what you were posting, we knew about your dad. I was like, oh goodness, oh my goodness, oh Allie, hold on, Allie 90211. Oh, yes, that is Chewy's Therapy Koala. That is the Towels Therapy Koala, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I appreciate your indulgence. We are going to actually look at some of the funny moments from yesterday, but I think taking a few minutes to begin today's stream, we don't have some downtime, but we know it's going to be Bob Alessi being ridiculous on Cross. So he's going to lose his, he wants to ask the witness a few more questions about like a report from Trooper Paul. He's going to lose that motion because the witness didn't rely on the report from Trooper Paul. Then he wants to ask the witness about the medical examiner's conclusions, but the witness didn't rely on that, so he's not going to be able to do that either. But can we just take a second, ladies and gentlemen, to say thank you to Super Towel, Allie 90211, before we dive into our recap from yesterday. Allie 90211, hilarious sense of humor. Sometimes Allie 90211 will pop up in the chat, say something absolutely hilarious that I know is hilarious, but other people will be like, Allie, like, has your account been taken over? Like, is that still you? And I'll be like, folks, Allie is hilarious. You just have to understand that Allie is hilarious. And Allie would be like, yes, I'm hilarious. And I'm like, I love people who think they are hilarious because I think I'm hilarious. You don't understand. I think I am just absolutely hilarious. Oh, Wicked Uma, God bless you. Hold on one second. God bless you, Allie 90211. You are a super towel, and I have no doubt that Chewbacca and his therapy koala will be forever grateful that you are keeping them in mind. Murder by Maestro said I have to start using voice to text so that I be a more efficient towel, and I am thrilled with that advice. You have no idea. Sometimes when I leave those comment replies in real time, like using the voice to text, I'm like, wow, this is efficient. Murder by Maestro doesn't just speak binary. They are genius. Eva Court starts at 9 a.m. today, and guess what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen? We get to watch the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi's Cross yesterday. Now, who among you was here yesterday when Little Towel was telling you all about what Bob Alessi's Cross was going to be like when it first started? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you right now. I was like, Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. You are going to get absolutely run through. This man is going to rip you in half rhetorically. And it happened, ladies and gentlemen. I want to just play the prediction. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Just as we go to play the prediction amongst a bunch of laughing emojis, ladies and gentlemen, can we say thank you to Paul Doherty? I don't know if you all have been on this stream for very long. I know a lot of you have. Oh my goodness, I love the pear emoji. Me and the pear emoji, we have a special connection. Oh, you little super towel, look at it. It's, first of all, it is wearing a hat. It's celebrating with his hat, ladies and gentlemen. It's got a little cane. Confetti is raining down on it. Oh my goodness, you little super towel. Look at it. Oh, I want a plushie of it as always. Oh, you are amazing, Paul Doherty. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? That little pear is amazing. Look, it's telling me I'm amazing. Excuse me. You are amazing, little super towel emoji pear. Oh, I'm going to give you a little rub on the head. Oh, I want to live with a little emoji pear. You can come be a fluffy stuffed animal. I have one fluffy stuffed animal that someone gave me like 20 years ago that I kept because I think it's very important. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I need a collection of emoji fluffy emoji plushies in the style of pears taking off their hat telling me I'm amazing. But really, you all are amazing. God bless you, Paul Doherty. That brightened my morning. I appreciate that. I think we all needed some just downtime for the first few minutes today. We are going to watch. Oh, my goodness. You all were so grateful to Paul Doherty. Look at how the Towel Friends appreciate Paul Doherty. And let me just say, we are going to watch. Oh, Kim Cordeau. God bless you. Ange Whittick, Dixie Doodles, PK, Content Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just a towel reunion in here, and it's not even 8 a.m. We got about an hour and 9 minutes until court comes into session. If you can't tell, Little Towel had a Swedish Fish energy drink, and my word, am I ready to go today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm prepared. I got clips ready. My voice is strong. I apparently can talk for 10 to 12 hours a day repeatedly, and my voice box only continues to get stronger. Somebody call me Towel Teddy Roosevelt. I'm going on the stump. I'm not a bull moose. I'm a bull towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the bull towel platform. I'm as fit as a bull towel. I'm as fit as a towel moose. People are going to be like, Grant, none of us were alive in 1908 for the bull moose party. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I'm here, and I'll tell you how much I love the bull moose party. People are like, Grant, what is going on? We're having moments of levity. Oh, God bless you, Amber Am. Amber Am, always in the chat, always a super towel. Oh, goodness. And Amber Am won't work well on the voice to text, that specific name, but I can do this. You are a super towel, and all of your comments warm Little Towel's heart. I am so glad we have crossed paths. God bless you again, dear friend. And also, my speech to text knows to capitalize the word God. I'm very pleased with that. I like to capitalize God. If I forget, I get upset. God bless you, Amber Am. You, first of all, I love your profile picture. Look at the little doggy. No, the doggy can be a super towel. Hello, doggy. But God bless you, Amber Am. It means so much. Now, you can see the numbers. The data can't process because so many people are clicking like on it so fast. But God bless you, Amber Am. Means so much to me. All your comments. And I know I'm not going to belabor the point. I know you're like, oh, Grant, I'm happy to do it. But really, your presence, your comments, and the support of the channel is just kind of like a special towel cherry on top. And Towel appreciates you more than you know. So super towel hug to you, Amber Am. So informative. Always gathering links, getting information, asking questions. Nothing better, ladies and gentlemen, on a public information service than a woman, or I should say, I said a woman, although Amber Am could be a man. We're not assuming. Than a person who is engaged, civically, informed, compassionate, and friendly to their fellow towels. That is truly the eudaimonia, or summum bonum, the ancient Greek and Latin respectively, for greatest good of a participant or viewer of a public information service. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, truly nothing as special as Amber Am's comments and contributions to our community. Paul, I am not a crazy person. I am a towel. Paul, listen, have you ever watched Andy Kaufman? Have you ever read Hunter S. Thompson? Have you ever read Edith Tarbell? Have you ever read S.S. McClure or Henry Demiris Lloyd or Walt Whitman? These people, okay, when you encode in education and information into popular mediums, you have a choice. The hook is either you're going for an intellectual highbrow elite, which is I'm trying to make you all part of that sort of schema or that sphere of influence. You're either doing that or you're doing something else, which is just providing vacuous low-level entertainment. The reason our society is facing a fundamental collapse is there are very few people who can walk in both worlds, take a refined intellectual analytical understanding of complex concepts and then encode them into language that is in high demand. So a lot of people, and someone was very prescient and on point yesterday when they said that this is an acquired taste to consume information this way. Yes, because I'm taking bits and pieces, much like a Monty Python skit or Hunter S. Thompson might do, or Andy Kaufman might do. It's not a happening. It's not a skit. I'm using their techniques to take kind of elements of humor, okay, like the soccer game with the philosophers in Monty Python or whatever it may be, So you're paying attention to that, right? But what you don't realize is that it's actually a hook to bring in this education and information. Before you know it, you're laughing about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and then you get hit with a bunch of like case law or a bunch of interpretation of very precise details about the case. You see what I mean? Like your brain remembers because you're not ready for it. You think that you're just in that world of vacuous bread and circuses. It's not many of your fault. You're trained. That's what is out there to consume. But all of a sudden, there's that little subtle paradigm shift. You're consuming something that seems vacuous and superfluous on the surface, but then switches into education and information-based content. That's why it feels like there's a bit, it's not like crazy. It just feels like it's jumping between paradigms, and it's intentional. It's done based on a schema. I am doing this on purpose. I'm not trying to take away from the impact of what I'm doing by explicating this. Humor exists somewhere between what we think and what we say. It's for you to tease it out, but just know that I'm not gratuitously doing any of this. It is not just coming off of the top of my head without any thought. I'm schematically utilizing a lot of these concepts to engender cogent public discourse by way of taking elements from popular entertainment and then using it as a mental trick. You're all very intelligent. You don't need me to do this, but I have to break the conditioning a little bit. So I use it as a trick. Your brain's conditioned to look for that vacuous content. We get you in that cycle, and then boom, before you know it, you're learning about the case, about the DOJ, about parts of the world you might not have known about. That's a public information service made manifest, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so first of all, we have to say, ladies and gentlemen, Wicked Uma, the report yesterday from the jury, yes, John DePetro said jurors were very much disengaged from Bob Alessi's cross. It did not look well. It did not play well. It hurt the defense in a lot of ways. I think we're going to watch why that was that way. And hold on, I just want to show Wicked Uma's name. So that's the jury report, and then I want to click on that. And then hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. I just want to say, God bless you to Wicked Uma. There's just a flood of stuff going on. We're not even going to get to the Alessi recap because all of you are so wonderful. Not just a little towel, but to each other. You are a super towel in every sense of the word, and I am extending you warm, fluffy towel hugs and also answering your question. I hope you're watching me give this voice note. The fourth wall, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Oh, Mandy Strong. Alessi broke my Logitech keyboard. Oh, no. Oh, no, super towel spouse Mandy. We will be keeping your keyboard in our thoughts. I hope it arrives quickly. We will miss your contributions. Please weigh in whenever. Use your voice to text Mandy Strong. You can do it, super towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. So I have to scroll down to Mandy Strong's comment now. God bless you, Mandy Strong. You are such a super towel. Towel appreciates you in so many ways. And we are going to watch Bob Alessi's cross, by the way, from yesterday, because we've done enough of our hook. It's about 8 a.m. Now it's time to learn, ladies and gentlemen. I tricked your brains. I tricked you into learning. Aren't you pleased with me? I wasn't malicious about it. I was benevolent, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Sorry about that. Sorry, but I am a towel. I'm not. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a little towel. Sometimes I just like to say, I'm a towel, and then people are like, Grant, we know. I might be able to be a teacher. I am very didactic. I do. Oh my goodness. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, do you see that? It is a pear. It is rolling on the ground. Oh my goodness, you little pear. I have made the little pear burst into laughter. Super Towel Drew drops. Oh, goodness. Oh, I can't tell you how pleased I am with this. Oh, my God. That's what I'm like sometimes when I see you, little towel pear. Oh, goodness. Look at it. Look at it. Nope. We absolutely will pause again for just a few seconds more. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's in British pounds. I love British pounds. I want to bring back the Jack and Mac special relationship. The Anglo-American special relationship is very important. When that comes back, one, Def Otter is going to be the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force based out of Sandhurst. And then also, because we have to peacefully invade northern France, Also, Jew Drops, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to give Jew Drops the dual key to Trident and Polaris. And if you don't know what that is, don't ask too many questions. It's a national security issue. Jew Drops is going to be a very key player in the newly revised Anglo-American special relationship. They'll call it the Towelette special relationship. We will revitalize Anglo-American diplomacy based on pear emojis, koalas, kangaroos, peacocks, camels, and pandas. It's a long story. You don't want to ask too many questions about that. God bless you, Super Towel Jew Drops. You are amazing, and I am going to bring about world peace with you on my side. Now, don't ask too many questions about the Trident and Polaris thing. I'm serious. You might get into areas of the world you don't really want to know about. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can trust. Oh, Deaf Otter started a membership parade. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, these are rare moments. We had a membership parade yesterday. Congratulations to the Super Towel Laura Lee Smith, to the Super Towel PK themselves. Oh, goodness. To Plants Are My Jam, Jen, and to Justin Beaver and Barbara K. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now unlocked Super Towel emojis thanks to the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe himself, Deaf Otter. Ladies and gentlemen, not only do we have otters here, we have super-powered deaf otters who are so attuned to the world around them in a non-temporal sense that they are helping to lead the peaceful invasion of northern France, which shall be renamed Norman Towel. We can't get into the details. God bless you, Deaf Otter. You are appreciated. All your fellow towels are now celebrating your existence as a super towel. But yes, welcome again, Barbara. Hello, Barbara. Welcome, Laura Lee Smith, PK, Plants Are My Jam, Jen, Justin Beaver, and Barbara K. Oh, Barbara K, you got one. Ladies and gentlemen, Deaf Otter themselves, that is a special moment. Your memberships were gifted by the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. You now have unlocked, ladies and gentlemen, if you are wondering, well, what just happened? Click your emoji button. Look at all those towel emojis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Deaf Otter themselves wanted emojis, and there you go. Look at that. What does Deaf Otter have to say? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let us read it loud. Let us read it proud. Deaf Otter says, "Dear Super Towels, we ain't got no quit." That's true. The Super Towels will do 12-hour streams every single day until Karen Reed gets convicted and for penalty and repentance bears her soul for the world to see. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, Deaf Otter. You are a super towel. We appreciate you. Towel's giving you a big fluffy hug. You, even though we're in the Towel Expeditionary Force, and you technically need to maintain a very important peaceful military order in order for us to take over northern France peacefully in the name of renaming it Norman Towel. You are a wonderful human. People are going to turn into this and be like, oh my dear goodness, what has happened? What is going on? I thought he was going to cover the case. Well, yeah, we are going to cover the case. But listen, I think the Towel chat sometimes likes to troll Towel by being like, oh, he wants to talk about something. No. Let's get him going. And then they get a really fun kick out of Towel just giggling. But all right, we're doing it. We are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we are going to watch the end of Dr. Judson Welcher's direct, okay? This is what Hank Brennan did to end the direct of Dr. Judson Welcher. Then we're going to watch the top 10 moments from Bob Alessi's cross. I hope you're ready for this, because the end of the direct was devastating enough for Reed's defense. But if you love catharsis, ladies and gentlemen, vicarious catharsis in particular, you are going to love the end result of this when Bob Alessi got up on cross. So let's start with the redirect and we'll get ready for the cross. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's glorious. It's that good. First of all, I just cannot tell you how amazing it was to put that compilation together, but we have to watch the direct first, the end of the direct, or you won't get how amazing this witness was on cross. Oh, by the way, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just about an hour away from the start of session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It is about 8:03 a.m. on Thursday, May 29, 2025. Court will be starting up at 9 a.m. Eastern or so, a little bit after, and we'll be here with you. We got the Karen Cam, we got the Towel Chat, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. So grateful to have so many of you with us.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you two other questions. The first is, I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is...
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Sure.
Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you.
So we need to take this slide down.
Sorry.
You could take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
That's better.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight?
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you're reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
No, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I needed the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been 2 potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
And do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022 around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on sideswipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe to the jury and explain what a sideswipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you're going to have a glancing hit, and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car, and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact has occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that sideswipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a sideswipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to sideswipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Oh, let's see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes, sure.
Do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, John. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury, so no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a sideswipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move the evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson, with that
That is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
So there you go, folks. That was the direct. Now, do you want to see Bob Alessi's cross? Listen, I can't tell you how glorious this cross was. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how glorious this cross was. The top 10 moments, folks, listen to how I predicted Bob Alessi. Listen to how I talked about this going in, and then watch how it unfolds. I called it. The witness ripped Bob Alessi to shreds and left his humiliated shell of a carcass on the floor of the courtroom. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Just about 38 minutes to go until we come into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. And oh, my word, we might watch some Karen clips next. Are we going to get more Karen clips today? Who knows? But we're starting with the top 10 moments of Bob Alessi's vicariously humiliating cross yesterday. Here we go. Bob Alessi, please tread lightly. This witness is going to rip you in half rhetorically. Oh, no. This is going to be brutal. Oh, Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi, you're going to be sacrificed to the cross-examination gods. You're not a bad person, but good luck, dear friend. Good luck.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I have not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's, what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn. That's not possible.
So your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But
All right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are tail light fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the tail light.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you
Of course.
do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour. I'll just be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
Isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You have to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question. So you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion. But that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation.
Do you see what I mean? Oh my goodness. Oh, Wicked Uma, you have a great trip for coffee. Hello, Bossy Texas Chick. I want to show the Bella clip, Bossy Texas Chick. I don't know if you folks know, but ladies and gentlemen, Bella is an adorable cat, and we think that Bella is a super towel. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I told you, Bob Alessi just got railroaded. Oh my God, took the Dr. Jordan Welcher may as well have rhetorically taken Bob Alessi, put him up on the wall of that courtroom, flayed Bob Alessi alive, and then taken Bob Alessi's organs and shown them to the jury and said, this, ladies and gentlemen, is how a human corpse is dissected. And I want to demonstrate to you the moment that Bob Alessi's soul separated from his body, and then I shattered it into pieces. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is no level of analogy or poetic flourish that can do justice to the brutal nature of that just vivisection of Bob Alessi's legal career. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think you could do a vivisection on a legal career, but Dr. Jordan Welcher just took Bob Alessi's style, his soul, his confidence, his existence as a proud nerd, and told him, no, Bob Alessi, this is the didactic battle of Dedham. I am Dr. Jordan Welcher, and the world said to applause, down goes Alessi. Down goes Alessi, ladies and gentlemen. Down goes Alessi. Now, here's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into round two. I don't know if we all truly appreciate what happens when a lawyer gets desperate or when a fighter, a rhetorical fighter, gets desperate. You start having to throw haymakers. You got nothing left on your stamina bar, ladies and gentlemen. Your power and your rights and your lefts are down to nothing. You try to throw haymakers, you end up throwing soft little jabs, leaving your well-conditioned opponent, who's already leading on the judge's scorecard, who scored at least 10 knockdowns, standing there saying, okay, I've saved all my stamina. I don't even need to rope-a-dope you anymore. I'm smarter than you. I'm better than you rhetorically. I understand what you're trying to do with your questions. I'm going to humiliate you in front of a national TV audience. The entire jury and the world is bored. They all know that you've lost this, Bob Alessi. So do you want me to flex on you one more time? Oh, right, the bones on the inside. But Metro West Granite, I looked back on that, and it wasn't as bad of a... Alessi was really saying... He was saying outside the scope, kind of, except he was saying outside the bones. He was trying to say excluding, and outside is a synonym for exclude in that context. So it wasn't... It was syntactically funny, but it wasn't... It wasn't... It was just the witness being petty, which I liked, but it wasn't as great as some of the other answers. Okay, good morning. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, but don't worry about it, Bossy Texas Chick. I think if you asked folks, they would tell you that there is nothing better than watching kitties. Like a kitty who likes a towel on the screen. We could watch that for 4 hours, Bossy Texas Chick. People would still be tuning in and be like, oh my God, that's a cat on the screen. I can't believe I'm seeing this right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since we have about 20 minutes until court starts, about 27 minutes, I think I know what you all want to see. First of all, Colleen Henry might not be with us, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe she's going to hear this. Oh, we just got an update from Reporter Towel Christina. We may have to look at that after these next clips, ladies and gentlemen, or at the break, because Reporter Towel Christina is on the scene, ladies and gentlemen. We have all sorts of updates. We got things going on. Who knows what's going on with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca today? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, but you know what we're going to play. We cannot start a day, ladies and gentlemen, without playing the clip of all clips. The clip that the people around the world tune in to see, from Zimbabwe to France to Holland to Germany to Australia to South Africa to the UK to all the states in the glorious United States of America to Singapore to Malaysia. I think we have some viewers in India, ladies and gentlemen. Let us say hello to our towel friends around the world. And New Zealand, of course. God bless you, towel friends over in New Zealand. If any of the penguins are watching in Antarctica, I don't speak penguin, but just know you are appreciated, little penguins. I don't know what we're going to do with you exactly. I think you should maybe consider joining this towel diplomatic effort that we have, because you can literally represent the continent of Antarctica. We will cede to you the continent of Antarctica, penguins, if you decide to join the towel mission. Now, let's watch the clip that everybody loves. Yes, it is Hank Brennan. It is the Call Me Hank clip. Ladies and gentlemen, can life get any better? You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love it. Admit it. We love it. We all love it. Everybody loves it. I'm a towel. You're a towel. Everybody's a towel. And people are like, Grant, we know. We absolutely know that Hank Brennan said you can call him Hank. Are you pleased with yourself? Pleased with myself. I ran around and I turned around and was like, Abby Patkin, my dear friend Abby Patkin from the Boston Globe, Hank Brennan said I can call him Hank. And this woman, who's wonderful, by the way, looked over at me and was like, oh, goodness, he is so proud of himself. She smiled. I smiled. Then I ran down the street. I didn't run. I gallivanted down the street gleefully. How about that? Gleefully gallivanting. I bet people don't use that alliterative couplet very often. I gleefully gallivanted down the street, ladies and gentlemen, and I was like, I am a towel. And then I realized, oh my goodness, that was quite a moment in my life. I cannot believe Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. And then, ladies and gentlemen, it became a whole moment. People thought it was very cute. And then I was like, I'm a blushing little towel. And then I realized, I wonder how absurd it is for someone to have watched that exchange occur. Watch this man walking down the street being like, just beaming, being like, I may as well be wearing a medal right now, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. I'm sure people, like a random stranger could have come up to me on the street after that moment, and I would have been like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh, yeah, absolutely. Hold on, I have to pause. Iowa travel nurse. First of all, God bless you. We respect nurses so much, and travel nurses are some of the most dedicated, wonderful human beings on earth. So God bless you. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. And we have washcloths. We love washcloths. We have soap dispensers. We have flannels. We have towelettes. We have beach towels, hemp towels, paper towels, microfiber towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the strength of the towel universe, the fabric of the towel universe is strong, I tell you, my friends. It is strong, and it will become stronger because we have just added a wonderful towel washcloth. There is nothing better, ladies and gentlemen, than a wonderful, heroic traveling nurse who is a washcloth. God bless you, traveling nurse washcloth. We are welcome. We are honored to have you with us. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many nurse-based towels. We love and respect all of our nurses, ladies and gentlemen. There's no one that I think this little towel, having been disabled for a long time, respects more than nurses. And if you haven't taken a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to hug a nurse or thank a nurse today, you've been selfless heroes of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen. Selfless heroes of the Republic. And if you're like, how much do you post? Like, you're only back like on May 21st. We've been going for 4 minutes as you try to find all the compilation of Karen clip. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit, I owe a lot of material, ladies and gentlemen. You could say that. All right, so where's the compilation? Where is the compilation of the Karen clips? Come on, we want the compilation of the Karen clips. Where's the compilation of the Karen clips? Please show me the compilation of the Karen clips. I think, here we go. I think I got it. Here's the updated compilation, ladies and gentlemen. I got the Karen clips. It's going to take us almost into the start session. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Thank you for the update. Elevate the process. Keep us updated.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's Cedar Crest. And then you come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on,
Thank you.
Hey guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. I told him more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
This innuendo here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known that was Brian. I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong. I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this was the moment you were dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying could I hit him? Did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was...
Sorry.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said.
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
So you'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Was it like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes?
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't. The men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down, and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks, I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow. I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's. And I was doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, that was the Karen clips. There were a few more where instead of seeing them, we are just 7 minutes away from the start of session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial for today. If you missed yesterday's Bob Alessi cross, this is what we have to get caught up on. We have just enough time. The Karen Cam is not live yet. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the top 10 moments of that cross. We're going to watch it together. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. If you're excited for this because you like a good Charles Dickens novel, if you love Miss Havisham, if you want to see Bob Alessi play the role of Pip and Dr. Judson Welcher play the role of Estella, well, we all play the role of Miss Havisham, vicariously enjoying the cathartic release that is the humiliation of Bob Alessi. Get ready for the didactic battle of Dedham, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2. Down goes Alessi. Down goes Alessi. Oh, the boxing commentator towel is ready to come out, ladies and gentlemen. Ready your towels. Bob Alessi, please tread lightly. This witness is going to rip you in half rhetorically. Oh, no. This is going to be brutal. Oh, Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi, you're going to be sacrificed to the cross-examination gods. You're not a bad person, but good luck. Good luck, dear friend. Good luck.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Alessi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what? less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not possible.
So your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space?
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are taillight fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the taillight.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you?
Of course.
Do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. Okay. I was not going to hit myself with a Lexus at 20 miles an hour. To be clear, so it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That it went 87 feet in reverse.
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
This arm were to be flexed like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction.
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? Don't you have to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question. So you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion. But that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the taillight at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and go back to the force analysis. Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation.
Glorious, glorious. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have news for you. First of all, can we just say a super towel thank you to Courtney Myers, Kim Cordeau, Curly Girl, Macy, The Inside Man, Aaron, Jules, L.A., Oliver Hernandez, Willow, the legend of true crime Kitty Lore, and Prosico Rowe. You all have unlocked super towel emojis thanks to the wonderful super towel Courtney Myers. And ladies and gentlemen, I have more news than that. One, we have actually one more thing we can watch. The Karen Cam has come online, not fully, but we know court's about to come into session in the next few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all, first of all, super shout out to the Sheffield Towel himself. Sheffield Towel, age 35,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. That is so impressive. Sheffield Towel, you are a super towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the clip of Madam Court Reporter. I think we all, ladies and gentlemen, after watching Bob Alessi yesterday tell the court that he had 4 hours to go, can identify with Madam Court Reporter as we get ready for court to come into session.
But Mr. Alessi, how much longer are you going to be?
One more time.
Alessi, how much longer are you going to be?
He said he was halfway done. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Cam coming online. We got to switch screens. Wait a second for Little Towel. Hold on. We got to switch screens. We're going over to the Karen Cam. You stay with Little Towel. Hold on 1 second. We'll get the volume up here in 1 second. I'm going to have you hear the voice coming over the screen.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. And
here we go.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you on your argument on the voir dire.
Bless you. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just loading up my computer. Your Honor, I am going to address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorty Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher. With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading, because I'm going to show the path that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Ms. Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer, according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022, to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the anchor I talked about of 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23, are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH and the Lexus on the following slides: 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36. I elucidate this and I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. 2 more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th, 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.paul. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing him. It comes from page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's GNSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360, here's the key, to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul and the CARS team. Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but the point, whether it's Trooper Paul or not, is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless Your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scorti-Bello. Thank you. Dr. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue. If Ms. Gilman has slide or someone could turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welcher. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welcher admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation, and he actually, to show the depth of those three verbs, he's got in orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. He testified, obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scorti-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, blood impact, injuries of head, and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wilk, just go to the right. And so you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, that the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welcher's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scorti-Bello's. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scorti-Bello's. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both. With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But in it, it's clearly shown. Adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it, and there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it and especially if they've rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted. But it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination, if an expert says or even infers, I reject this. I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scorti-Bello did. That is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it? And that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welcher, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, we have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scorti-Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a straightforward right, especially of a defendant in a criminal trial, and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this. The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative. Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162-2, their key cycle. That ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial. This was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial, but it goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, etc. And with regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello, it was remarkable on the redirect that I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner when they basically said, the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries. There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welcher himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test. We get to be able to, respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries. The experts can't, Your Honor, cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things that benefit from them, and then and they did it on direct. And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical to the Sixth Amendment. And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Reed and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination, the keystone of a defense in a criminal trial, cross-examination, and that they be able to take the shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information, and that we get to proceed And we get to proceed undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They are trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scotibello what her opinion is, and although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scotibello's conclusion that this cause of death is undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welcher these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scotibello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor, it's not a tether, it's not an adoption, it's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not, and this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. A bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports, and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scotibello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions to try to do a credibility value is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
Very briefly, bring the jury. Start getting the jury ready, please.
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items, but even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it, it's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law. Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here, and because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scortibello. So that's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in. Well, come over here because they're on their way.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan won. I called it. He won on both. He won on both motions. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, I called it. I told you. I said he was going to win. I knew it. Oh, my word. Brennan won on both points of his argument. Oh, my word. Wow. I called it. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. Towel. Who's a towel? I am a towel, ladies and gentlemen. The jurors are coming in. I am a towel. I called it. I analyzed it perfectly. I got the case law. I knew what was going on. I knew how it was being applied. I knew that Alessi was making a terrible argument, and I knew that Judge Cannoni was going to rule against him on both points. Ladies and gentlemen, towel's in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, towel has done it. Ladies and gentlemen. Towel predicted it. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless America. Towel, Grant for the win. Towel for the win. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel predicted it. We saw it real time. Towel knew it was coming. Judge Cannoni has ruled against Bob Alessi on both sections of the motion. Oh, God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. Breaking news. Hank Brennan has won on both aspects of today's early morning motion hearing before Bob Alessi continues his hilariously ill-fated cross of Dr. Judson Welcher. Alessi can't ask questions about Trooper Paul's report or the ME's report. Excellent, Hank. Excellent. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a way to start the day. And we got a little bit of commentary from Towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. This is a moment. This is a moment. The horses are at the starting gate, and Hank Brennan has just come through with a major victory. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Towel was predicting it. Towel was calling it in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, super towel emojis in the chat for Hank Brennan. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is such a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless Hank Brennan. He came through and he hit a home run, ladies and gentlemen. I do say that Hank Brennan came through and hit a home run. Bob Alessi loses both elements of his motion. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the fireworks, I tell you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a towel fireworks show. I'm trying not to get too excitable, but come on, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan has just won a major motion in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and I am posting the moments for the world to see. Oh, God bless us. Ladies and gentlemen, see Brennan's winning oral argument in full here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan steps up. Hank Brennan hits the home run. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Court might be coming back into session. I'm a towel. And they're off.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, members. I do appreciate you were waiting. We were doing work in here, but we appreciate your patience. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Could we have Dr. Welcher back in, please? And Mr. Lesky, feel free to go to the podium.
With the computer and any electronics there, so we don't have to address
it. It doesn't look like it's turned on at all.
Oh, okay, good. And smart watches.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
And Dr. Welch, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could, smart watches that are receiving text messages during his direct, if we can make sure that that does not occur.
I can get my email. How's that going, Tom?
Okay, or just don't look at your watch.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
Do you know whether there was glass found on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV?
It's my understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper. That's all I know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of the alleged impact. Is that correct?
Well, you're mixing a couple things.
No, Dr. Welcher,
So
if you can just answer my question.
I'm trying
I
to.
need to rephrase it, I will. I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
You have no basis, as you sit here today, to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
Do you had depictions in your test with Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all, other than and I'm talking evidence, testing information, you're saying you have no evidence that shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So do you said you reviewed the reports and testimonies of various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report.
Correct, in the initial.
In these scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony, you don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
Assume that there has been testing of the glass on the bumper, and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Okay.
Assume.
I'd want to know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
So would it have any part in your analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be contrary to your theory of what happened in some way?
It depends on when the glass was actually broken. The glass was in his hand, at least that's the testimonial evidence I have seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall all my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to determine where the glass came from?
Well, of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But you sit here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
You've been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
You couldn't have asked Lieutenant Tully that question?
To my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just, has there been testing, and if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic, laser scans. Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Miss Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you try, and you did it in your slide presentation on Direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually it's just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could break, the taillight of the Lexus could break coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse? Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at 1 Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At
Correct.
1 Meadows? That Ring camera at 1 Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at 1 Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos were not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in a process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure. What exhibit is it?
I've got my, yeah. Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at 1 Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work?
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir. Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work at 1 Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video, so then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used to down, Mr. Wolf. You know that the Ring camera at 1 Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022, the date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That is correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer Ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No. What we did is use the current Ring camera in conjunction with the old Ring camera, and with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question was just measurement, not your process.
Oh.
Did you measure the difference
I don't believe so.
between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with Ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with Ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Could, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure. To the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera position.
I'm asking if you measured, sir.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and Ring cameras. Different Ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all Ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced, so you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old Ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, or what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That is not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion, sir, did you? If the cameras, you didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera, and then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds, if that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from the photogrammetry process to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of Ring. You didn't present it, and you don't have it, as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The photogrammetry...
You have that from Ring.
And I don't have it from Ring, but I don't need it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir, wouldn't it?
So it depends on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
With which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe you, I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know.
You didn't present it in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No.
So you don't have even the model for either one of them?
Nope, but we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another aspect of Ring cameras. They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the angle.
But you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
But we accounted for it.
So wouldn't a difference in models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in, and it's called a reverse camera analysis, and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real-world dimensions. So once you know the real-world dimensions, you can then go in, you can go in and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real-world distortions. So, for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that, knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll ask
the laser scan data.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished, sir. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant? That's all I'm asking. Wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't it be relevant?
No.
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasioned at one? It's irrelevant.
So the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models?
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is.
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes.
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
Can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
So isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image. That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes, so within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurement, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, you know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it, springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe? Do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
It did.
And where did you document the fact that it had a swiveling mechanism?
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds, of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that? You showed a slide, a few slides, and with your Honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right. Do you have any problem with Dr. Welchuk keeping his printed copy that he was using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy tiny.
Okay.
Can I
Can
pull
you
it up?
see the...
Yes. Yeah.
does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left?
Correct.
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than one.
Points, but it shows more clearly the contact between the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So, Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So, this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next slide.
I just want to stay with this one. I just asked the question, does it show the contact?
Right. So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
Alrighty. So
thank you.
Is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements, and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said, that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
where?
It shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch of being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So, again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan. That is on the rear of the vehicle, and it contacts on the corner, which is just around, so maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide presentation.
Let's go to the next slides, and then
Sir,
maybe
I
we'll
will determine which slides we go to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping to answer your question.
So now let's go to, Mr. Wolf, the next slide.
There we go.
In your presentation, my question is zeroing in Are you saying that that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit?
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please. Is it working? 41, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor.
That's Exhibit 41? No, I have a question, because that's not my slides.
So, Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41, or is this from the PowerPoint? Because
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
Yes.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light, and I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? You see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But
can't see them.
hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But
Sir.
they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of that taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the taillight in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Walker.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact, you could have produced a graphic that shows a gap between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions, and you are to answer them subject to the judge's ruling. So my question is, couldn't you have created a graphic that would have better shown the issue that you are creating or talking about today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We did. We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
Yes.
Well, if there's a gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Leslie.
Dr. Welcher, let's go to the next topic. And keep with these two depictions. Are these two images point clouds or 3D images? Are these
Those are one and the same thing. They're yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points.
So let's just call them 3D images so we can do this more quickly. The Lexus and the Chevy Traverse that are depicted there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
Correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
So you're speaking about what somebody else did at Aperture, correct?
They were doing it at my direction, and for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear tail light was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements, and then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are 3D images, is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the tail light.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image, that's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, so it's your testimony that that tail light is a 3D image?
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can tell is when you get up near the chrome, because lasers don't like shiny objects, you start to get a scatter. So see all these dots here? If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the Chevy Traverse. Let's, Mr. Woke, zero in on the content, yeah. There's grain on that tail light, in the tail light. That's a 3D image of a tail light, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That tail light is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is because it's got all that grainy material on it, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back, Mr. Woke, to the Lexus. Let's now go to the bumper.
But do you want me to explain the difference?
No,
Okay.
thank you. I would like to go to the bumper. Do you see any grainy, the predominance of any grainy image on the bumper?
There's a little bit. So, for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with edges.
I'm sorry, the bumper cover.
Right.
See the bumper cover up above?
This whole thing is the bumper cover. That's the step pad. That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir. Just the step pad of the bumper?
Are you asking about just from here to here?
Correct. The bumper step
Can we
pad.
zoom in on it?
Pardon me?
Can we zoom in on it?
Sure. Do you see any?
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go over to...
Right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up here.
We're going to move up. It just takes a while. So your testimony is that is a...
Can you zoom in more?
That's you would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Your testimony is that is a 3D image, not a photoshopped step bumper cover. Is that correct?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used 2 separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the taillight.
Okay, I'm explaining the process.
I'm just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on the bumper.
That is a laser scan.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your testimony.
Absolutely.
And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you, sir? Somebody else in your firm did it.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's my
saying,
question.
I need you to do this, and this. Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So, no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay, so...
Sidebar.
Come on over, please.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. We have a sidebar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a sidebar. Oh my goodness, Bob Alessi. Can you believe he just started screaming? Ladies and gentlemen, he literally just started screaming. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe what we just saw. The exact moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get the towel clips, it was at, I know H-Towel's watching, and if anybody can help get the towel clips, I'm going to do it on my phone now with the new software. But we want to go to, ladies and gentlemen, 10 a.m., 10 minutes, so 10 a.m. and 55 seconds. And Bob Alessi just starts screaming about the witness talking about his hand, and the Judge Cannoni gets exasperated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh my word. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The sidebar is ongoing. The only person remaining at the defense table is Chloe the dog in a wig. It looks like we're going to be coming back from the sidebar any second now, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on 1 second. The ponies are getting ready. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are going right till 1:30 today, folks, with only a 20-minute break at a certain point because we're ending court with a half day. That means Little Towel might have to order lunch. Oh, it's Karen. Karen, you are not a towel. I repeat, Karen Reed is not a towel, ladies and gentlemen. We should be coming back into session any minute. And I repeat, I am a towel, Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for watching, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. But Karen Reed is not a towel. Karen Reed is clearly a dog in a wig. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Karen Reed is a dog in a wig. Court is back in session.
With regard to, no, we don't need to back up, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that 3D images allow for proper and most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images? Is that a correct general statement?
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV. What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic. It's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off the top of my head.
Do you know how it works specifically?
I do. Well, I mean, I know generally that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No. Again, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the height tolerances are? In other words, the lowest to the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time, I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches on that vehicle?
I would be surprised. I don't recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume that the manual as well as other informations support that the tolerance is 5 inches and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement of the suspension?
Matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing, meaning the suspension? Did you document at all?
Yes.
Where?
Slide 107.
Can we have slide 107, Mr. Wolf?
And then if you could zoom in on the lower photograph, the gentleman with the blue shirt. Zoom in a little more, please. So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document whether the suspension was at 0, whether it was +3 or -2? Where did you document that?
Right here.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the suspension is at. Is that your testimony?
No, I don't care what the suspension number is as long as the heights match.
I understand. So what was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, while at One Meadows and colliding with the Chevy Traverse. What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Exactly. You assumed, but there's no measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the tail light on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows, and when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up, and when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry.
Was there an objection? No. Go ahead and answer, please.
That's the extent of the information we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department. We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
But actually, you brought up a good point. It's going so slow when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in back up from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right, but as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down, and then you turn it on, and then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go on to the next topic. You're aware of the vehicle control. Excuse me, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go, I'm changing topics to go back now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34 Fairview was on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29, 2022. Therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as is there a contact with the front eye, you don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the sum data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have some data. We have photos of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside because, as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of the measurement.
you don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic. Within the 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements, height, width, with regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right. And it doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history. Sir, you understand what I mean by vehicle control history of the
This is text stream information?
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box?
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So, can you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just wanted to repeat it so we can.
I didn't hear what the objection. You objected?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul?
Yes.
The May 2023. Does that report not use the exact words Bosch? Let me ask this. Do you recall?
Sustained. The objection sustained.
Let's go to the VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance? Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Sort of. TechStream, similar, like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch, Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've explained it, so I don't have to answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database. That you say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is Is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to Lexus and Toyota, the VCH?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
Want to move to another topic, and we are almost finished. We have just 2 more topics, sir. How common were VCH events when Miss Reed owned the Lexus?
In 2022?
Do you know the ownership period of Miss Reed with respect to the Lexus? Do you know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
No. I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January 29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with the Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all. I was only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. But do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I can get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Why don't we come back to it?
Okay.
And we'll see if it's...
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go. You okay with that?
That's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And then pick your head up, please, so I can finish these 2
Please,
topics.
go ahead.
So, how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair enough.
Answer that
I
question.
assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
Would the number be about 15? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2. There's 18.
18. So there were 8, your records show that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events?
Yes.
The vehicle going in reverse?
Right.
How many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than...
He asked you, is this before?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to... So the PCS file is I have a second laptop that
Here's
has
what I'm going to
touchscreen.
do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it,
Okay.
so let's just stay on the events, okay? Only one of all of those events, those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one.
No. All those 18 are before. The collision is number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events that are recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 11/62/2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
There was a collision between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided. They made contact.
They touched.
Right. But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct. It's too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register an event on the Lexus, correct?
No. The impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all. It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit a wall at 100 miles an hour necessarily. I mean, it'll cause fault codes and things like that, but that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you. That
You're
is
welcome.
Exactly my point. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs, does it?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we take our morning recess, Charles?
Oh, Alessi's done. Oh my goodness, Alessi's done, towel friends, and I have the clip for us to watch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was unbelievable. I can't believe Bob Alessi allowed that to happen. He was just screaming. Oh my goodness, and ladies and gentlemen, I got the clip. I got the clip of it, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Alessi has finished his cross. He didn't even go 4 hours. He got the message from the world. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious towel day. It is a glorious towel day. I tell you, Bob Alessi got the message, and he stopped his cross early. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, praise be. Look at the prayers in the chat. Prayers up in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Alessi got the message. He ended his cross after only an hour and 45 minutes. Hallelujah, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the humanity of the good ship Hinden Reed. Oh, it is collapsing. It is great to see so many of you towel friends. Oh, look at that. We got Linda O'Gara in the chat, and Susan and Claudia Montano and Courtney Myers. Oh, God bless so many of you towel friends, Chris and others. Ladies and gentlemen, towels should be popping up on your screen any second now. I am a horse racing. Oh, that's me. I'm a towel. Oh my goodness, I'm on your screen. I am a towel. We have so much going on. Did you know I even managed to record on my cell phone? The audio wasn't great because I couldn't get the internal recording to work. However, ladies and gentlemen, I even got the audio of Bob Alessi having an absolute epic meltdown. I got it posted, ladies and gentlemen. You watch it right now, little towels. I have it ready for us. Oh my Little towels, I'm a multitasking towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can call me multitasking towel. And once we get back for Hank Brendan's redirect, this could be almost the end of the state case. Are we going to see Karen clips? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity. Oh, the humanity of it all. My word, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't just have a side Bob. Bob Alessi finished his cross. Hank Brendan gets some time to prepare for his direct. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing I enjoy more than seeing Hank Brendan on direct. If you've never been on Towel Stream, when we get to see Hank Brendan on direct, oh my word, little towels. Over 4,000 of you over on the X feed, hundreds of you watching on Towel YouTube. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, Alessi's Meltdown. We'll watch it again for you, little towels, but I got it for you right now. It's about to post. Come on, Towel Cell Phone. We know you can do it, little towel. I'm having faith in you to generate content for the towel-loving masses to read. Oh, my God. We are having just a towel debate in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. I think your comments might have frozen. You were commenting so fast. Hold on. Give little towel a second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to get your comments loaded up. I think I may as well have just gotten this video posted. We're going to be able to watch the moment of Bob Alessi melting down. Even if you all are commenting so rapidly, you have made the comments freeze. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. You all have so much to say. I'm going to try to get the towel comments to load back up, but we have the video. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we have the video. Watch it coming in now. The last comments are, that was a bloodbath. No, that's hilarious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Look at this. Look, this was the highlight of that cross. Oh, my word. If you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, I managed to get it recorded. You are some of the first people in the world to see the towel recording. The audio quality isn't great, but you know as a little towel.
To get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt. Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something. All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics match. Otherwise, that would be the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
I'm sorry about the audio. I had to record it and boost it a little bit because I was using my cell phone. That is hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Alessi just started yelling. He was like, Judge, he was like a schoolboy. Judge, he's yelling, my hands, Judge, my hands. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was hilarious. Oh, I'm a little towel, and I think that is absolutely hilarious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, even a little towel is giggly. I can't believe he started yelling, Your Honor, you're a teacher, he's telling the peers about my hands, Your Honor, my Bob Alessi hands. You can't just criticize. Ladies, Your Honor, he's using my hands. And he didn't even talk, the witness didn't even talk about Bob Alessi's hands. I was like, what are you talking about, Bob Alessi? Your hands, what are you saying? Oh, goodness, that was hilarious. I can't believe I got to see that happen. I was laughing like a little towel. Oh, my word. If you did not laugh about that, ladies and gentlemen, you have no soul. Have you no soul, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, my word, that was hilarious. I want to watch it again. We're going to make the audio better in a second, but that was hilarious.
Images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly.
Please don't interrupt. Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
Oh, that's great. Now, listen, folks, I'm sorry the audio wasn't great there. Little Towel has got a lot of things he's juggling right now, but I did see one thing, and I want, not just me, but I want all Little Towels to take a moment to say a special towel happy birthday to Artworks 2's daughter. Hello, you special Little Towel. I want you to know that on your special day, there is a community of people around the world united around a principle of being, oh, sorry, baby ad playing, of being compassionate, of watching Towel get distracted by dropping his water bottle, of engaging in small acts of service, of being wonderful to each other, even in the most difficult moments of life. And I hope that you, Artworks 2's daughter, the super towel yourself, on this, the day of your birthday, know that there are towels around the world, from South Africa to Zimbabwe to Australia, maybe even some penguins in Antarctica, along with towel friends in Germany, Holland, and the UK. So many places around the world, ladies and gentlemen, are all thinking of you today, wonderful Artworks 2's daughter, on your birthday, and we are thrilled to be able to join with you in those celebrations and say to you a very happy birthday. And I hope that you, wherever you are in the world, Artworks 2's daughter, know that there is a bunch of positive towel energy coming down into your location, as if it were that episode of The Simpsons where Principal Skinner and Superintendent Chalmers talk about how the Aurora Borealis was centralized in Principal Skinner's kitchen. Now, Artworks 2's daughter might be a little perplexed by that reference from many, many years ago. That's okay. When you watch the scene, you will think it's absolutely hilarious, and you'll realize that the towel energy being centralized in your little corner of the world is embodied perfectly in a microcosm by virtue of that scene from The Simpsons. So there you go. God bless you, Artworks 2's daughter. We are a wonderful, fluffy towel universe, and we are thrilled to have you watching with us on your special day. Oh, the German towels are saying hello. Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We are just a worldwide towel family. It is wonderful to have so many of you with us. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, I saw it earlier. I did not actually get to see the membership parade because I was loading up comments. But it appears, ladies and gentlemen, that the super towel herself, Courtney Myers, dropped a membership parade a little bit earlier. Let's send in a super towel thank you to Courtney Myers. I don't even know. I think everyone in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, probably has memberships at this point. Please send your super towel thank yous. I think it was Courtney Myers. I'm going to click the button. Oh, God bless you, Courtney Myers. It rained memberships, ladies and gentlemen. It absolutely rained memberships. We got to see the Bob Alessi clip. Actually, you know what? I might have it saved here. Hold on. I have a super towel, and we're in morning recess, by the way. And if you're excited, Hank Brennan's about to get up on redirect. Bob Alessi, his 4-hour cross short, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know it's bad, ladies and gentlemen, when Bob Alessi bails on what was supposed to be a 4 to 5 hour cross after an hour and 45 minutes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity, the good ship Hinden Reed, it is sinking. It is sinking. You're all going to be able to keep up. Oh, that Bob Alessi clip was absolutely glorious, my towel friends. That was absolutely glorious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a day. Artworks 2, very much thrilled we got to send Super Towel birthday wishes to your wonderful Super Towel daughter. That was a moment in towel history, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at this. I found when Courtney Myers sent the membership parade. Folks, this is my favorite thing to do. What a morning. Just being nosy. You deserve that gift membership. God bless you. My happy place. What a wonderful username. You got a gift membership. Corrections 101. You as well. Are you serious? Mary No Place Like Home Crochet. SoCal Love 760. Rosewater. Lori Wallace. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my dog named Bo. Wonder Mutt. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Leah M. Boss B. Barb Healy. Jeff Pogue. B. Tim. Just give me 5 minutes, please. Michelle Sharon. Chrissy. Ladies and gentlemen, it rained memberships in the towel chat. You all, if you heard your name right there, ladies and gentlemen, you now have the ability. You can click on your phone or on your towel screen. Go ahead and click the smile icon right next to your chat. Look at all those towel emojis you unlocked. Thanks to the super towel herself, Courtney Myers. God bless you, Courtney Myers. What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment to be in Towel Stream. Now, we've officially seen the end of Bob 1, ladies and gentlemen. Can we say down goes Alessi? Down goes Alessi. Was that the moment? Has Bob Alessi collapsed to the canvas? Is this the didactic battle of Dedham? Will he be able to get off the ground, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think Sideshow Bob Alessi can pull himself back together. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put the towel pole up right now. Who won the didactic battle of Dedham? The clash of the nerds. Ladies and gentlemen, was it Bob Alessi or was it Dr. Judson Welcher? The didactic battle of Dedham. That's a great title for it. The clash of the nerds we all wanted to see. Was it the super towel, Dr. Judson Welcher? Or was it a non-towel named Bob Alessi, who does not get an exclamation point? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the super towel poll is about to go up. You're going to have an opportunity before we go back into session when Hank Brennan begins his redirect just in a few moments here. You are going to have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to weigh in on this super towel poll. Just give me a second. As I was typing the last two letters of Bob Alessi's name, I think the YouTube stream got upset at me. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that's okay. We persevere. We continue on. I will continue being a towel. I know in about a second here it's going to type the last two letters, and then I'm going to be able to start the poll. Oh, the didactic battle of Dedham. The rumble in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it has anything on the didactic battle of Dedham. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the didactic battle of Dedham was truly fascinating. Oh, you're all talking so fast, you're overwhelming the towel stream. That is, it's hilarious. Oh, goodness. Wait, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new poll that will be going up just shortly here as soon as things settle down and Little Towel can click the submit poll button. Come on, you can do it, Little Towel. By the way, we are going to, whether it's now or at the close of court, we are going to watch a better quality copy of that recording of Bob Alessi. Let's listen to it again, ladies and gentlemen. It is that wonderful.
3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took the vehicles.
Don't interrupt. He keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something. All right.
Mom, he's doing something I don't like. Mom, I don't like that the witness is pointing at my hand. Oh, God, he's insufferable. Oh, that's so hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely hilarious. But all I want to do is start the towel poll, and it is just not cooperating. Come on. Oh, I think I got it to cooperate. Hold on. I think I see the problem. Hold on. Can we just type one more? Alessi. Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Are you ready for the moment? The towel poll is up. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, the towel poll is up. Who won the didactic battle of Dedham? The rumble in the non-jungle, the pseudo-concrete / commercial / industrial / historic preservation district jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, who won the battle? Was it Bob Alessi begging for mommy, his mommy, Judge Cannoni, to intervene? Or was it Dr. Judson Welcher? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the towel poll is live. It is 97% to Dr. Judson Welcher, the super towel himself, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it takes Dr. Judson Welcher, the poll takes a 98% lead. Oh, it is not even close, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Welcher is nerdy, but okay. Then there are people like me and Andy Kaufman and Hunter S. Thompson who are just so overwhelmed by what we understand about the world that we just start mocking it, but also in an informed way, okay? Then there are nerds like Dr. Welcher and Hank Brennan, and kind of Bob Alessi, but more Dr. Welcher and Hank Brennan, who are just quiet assassins, but if you bring it out, they are also skilled rhetoricians. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you that Hank Brennan and Dr. Welcher are very similar. Dr. Welcher is far more intelligent in this area of science. Brennan's more intelligent about law. But ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Welcher just took Bob Alessi, ate him alive, and then spat him back out. Bob Alessi gave up an hour and 45 minutes in. There's a way for you to be a nerd and also refined rhetorically where you just wait. Give me an opportunity to take your question and just screw with your mind. Please, I just feed me those questions. Just let me just tear. Like, I'm smarter than, I'm just putting yourself in a mind of someone like Dr. Welcher. I'm switching you off. I'm intentionally doing things as kind of a way to flex on you. You cannot keep up with me. It's not just intelligence, it's presence, it's gravitas, it's syntactical precision, it's a varied lexicon. You can't with a person like that. Dr. Welcher's only operating at like 60% capacity there, because that's the best way that I can put it, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, in some sense, okay, Towel's a little bit intelligent, maybe just a little. And I think when I'm watching two intelligent people interact, I'm like, oh yeah, like Dr. Welcher is so far relaxed, kind of flex on Alessi a little bit. I'm a boss, you're not, sit down, stop talking, you humiliated yourself, my name is Dr. Judson Welcher. Like, that's what you do when you're a man like that. You can parse every single sentence of that exchange, and then also at the same time follow the legal back and forth related to the objections, and simultaneously parse out how Dr. Welcher's responses are kind of functioning as a sort of symbiotic didactic exercise with Alessi's questions. It's more than just answering a question and being on defensive. It's like sparring with someone in a fencing match. I'm not flexing by explaining this. If you really want me to flex, I will start citing to you the entire case record with details and minutes and numbers. I'm not doing that. I'm doing this to explain to you that, yes, okay, maybe I'm a little smarter than the average bear. I don't really think of that often. I just try to use it in his subject area, of course, is Dr. Welcher. The quickest thinking among them, it's very close between Brennan and Welcher. I think Welcher's actually a little more intelligent than he just bested Bob Alessi in a very, very subtle kind of diplomatic dance in front of the jury, which is a stage-managed theater production where you try to induce those kind of outbursts in the other person. Bob Alessi fell flat on his face. And I, like, okay, I am, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not that I'm showing up my own abilities. It's just, I have the capacity to analyze this. I have the tools to analyze it. I have the words to analyze it. And I will analyze it. I don't feel guilty about being able to do it. I know I'm watching. I know how bad that was for the Reed defense. I know what I have to say about it, okay? So that's just kind of how I am, ladies and gentlemen. I just have, that's my insight, and I think that was glorious. That was glorious. I can't believe how glorious that was. That was the greatest thing ever. Dr. Judson Welcher was the perfect witness for this case. Somebody give Hank Brennan a medal. Let's listen to it again. Actually, let's get the better. I don't know if I can even get the better audio yet. Hold on. No, I can get the better audio in a little bit, but this is good. This is what I want.
3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds.
Please don't interrupt. Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting.
Hold on.
All right, hold on. We can get better audio of this. It's a 20-minute break, by the way, so we only have about 5 minutes. We can do it. Hold on. Now, listen, I don't want you to get scared. I'm going to go into the void. I want everybody hold on to your towels. Grab your towel, buddy, if you get scared. There's going to be a black screen that comes up. I promise you I have not disappeared. I will not abandon you. I will not forsake you. Buddy, right around 10:55, was it, ladies and gentlemen? So hold on. So like I said, grab your towel, buddy. Make sure everybody feels safe because we're going into a little bit of a darkness here. It's going to be a little bit of a void. I got to switch the quality as well. Stay with little towel though. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get better sound on that moment because I think the world deserves better sound, little towels. I tell you all, the world deserves better sound. Now, I have brought the moment up. Now, listen, as I said, grab your towel buddies. Everybody make sure you have your towel buddy with you. Everybody's getting ready. We're going into the darkness. Okay, good job, DJ Naptown. Thank you for being a good friend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, isn't that wonderful? We don't actually have to go into the darkness. I had the screen prepared. I'm such a wonderful towel. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is you can see we have the wrong window up, but that's okay. We're going to get rid of that one. All right, we're going to be good little towels. There we go. There wasn't even any darkness. Everybody's feeling good about themselves. All right, come on, little towel. We know you can do it, little towel. There we go. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. We know that Corp isn't back into session yet, obviously. We just got a little live look in there, but watch what we're going to do with this little towels. Oh, yes, I am a little towel. Hold on now. Come on. Towel needs to look at this. All right, now watch this. Watch this. Oh, little towels. That's it. Now your comments are going to be in the clip. Oh, yes, they are going to be in the clip, little towels. So let us get ready. I'm going to get the good source audio here. I'm going to get this unmuted. Here we go. Get ready, little towels.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact content point in 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, I'm sorry, we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Leslie, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asked some questions.
Actually, it's morning, but yes.
You were asked some questions about the Ring video. You were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
Correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions?
Used error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about the...
No.
Yesterday you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic tail light or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So the form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
Objection, scope, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
No, I mean, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do.
Could I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
I'm sorry, what number?
Slide 33.
Give me a second. $33.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
No, not since I took down. Oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Anything, Mr. Lessie?
Your Honor. Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is the slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you have called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
Slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
So, generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
it was
the
just
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
With the hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
Can you point to one document? that shows that you analyzed whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe. Can you point to one document? Was there one document on your slide presentation, for example, that analyzed the null hypothesis, as you call it, there being no contact at all? Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
So remember what I said. We start with hypothesis, we get more data, we whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection, that, you know, removed certain hypotheses. So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about your...
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is there any slide that says alternative hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it? No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you are all set.
Oh my God, thank you. Give me a minute to pack up and I will be out of here. Oh, I am plugged in, yes, thank you.
Excuse me? Yes, you can put your
Out there. May I step down?
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. Mr. Brennan?
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Does counsel want to see me?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, so should we send the jury out or should?
Probably, yes.
So, jurors, so everybody can sit. So, jurors, the Commonwealth rests. That means that the Commonwealth's case has been presented to you for your consideration. So, I need to meet with the lawyers for a few minutes, so we're going to send you back out. I can tell you that it now appears that we're at least on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule. So, we'll send you back out for a short recess.
Oh my word. Folks, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. The Commonwealth rests. That was how the Commonwealth rested. She cuffed herself. David Yannetti told her she had criminal liability, and the jurors, no. Oh my word, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. The Commonwealth has rested. Look at the towel chat. Folks, the state has done it. They've blown away the Karen Reed defense. Oh, my word. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're in a short recess. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, to youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Where will we go from here? Are you done for the day? We were supposed to go till 1:30. It's only 11:30. Bob Alessi tanked on cross, ladies and gentlemen, of Dr. Jordan Welcher. Again, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Alessi literally screamed for his mother. youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Oh my goodness, towel friends. Oh my goodness, towel friends. Look, we're getting a live look into the courtroom here. Stay with little towel, stay with little towel. I'm going to give you an expanded look in and live in the courtroom. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have the Karen cam back just yet, but the second we do, I'll let you know, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. I cannot believe that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. You got to stay with little towel. We have got to get it. We got to get this posted. We got to get on you. The Commonwealth rests. Karen Reed, the state has rested their case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Oh, that quote was devastating. Ladies and gentlemen, that quote was absolutely devastating. I cannot believe that was just played. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the tab unmuted the second the court comes back into session. Here's what I got. This is what I got from the quote that Karen said. So I thought I could have run, and I'm going to change him to John. John, over. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he is drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? Then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him, what if I ran over, and I'm going to change his to John's foot. Oh, hold on. John's, oh, that was such a big moment. Foot or clipped him in the knee and he passed out. And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability. Those were Karen's own words. That was the crescendo of Hank Brennan's magisterial case. Oh my day. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe it has happened. I cannot believe it has happened. That was magisterial. Magisterial, ladies and gentlemen. Magisterial from Hank Brennan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we got the full moments. We got the full moments that the Karen clip was played. Oh, I cannot believe it. Karen was literally, Karen was not doing well there, ladies and gentlemen. You could see it in the face. Karen Reed just absolutely devastated. The Karen cam caught a moment of it, and the state's case has rested. I repeat, the state's case has rested in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We might see rebuttal witnesses rested in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We now look in as the attorneys are at sidebar with Judge Cannoni. Judge Cannoni is a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we announced that Judge Cannoni was an honorary towel the other day, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the ladies and gentlemen. I got every minute of it. I got the whole recording. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am your on time, on point, prescient, omniscient little towel. Oh, because I was going to right now, but unfortunately we are not going to be able to do that. You are going to have to leave me a message. I am so sorry. I would love to be able to talk to you. There are too many things going on for little towel to take a phone call. You think I got to take a phone call as the state rests his main case? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I am a little towel. Oh, yes, the week after. Ladies and gentlemen, little towel. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe it happened. I can't believe it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moments. Karen, get in the van, Karen. Karen, get in the damn van. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan with that magisterial flourish. Oh, I've never seen anything like it. Ladies and gentlemen, I saw beautiful things. I have seen beautiful things in my life. I have seen stunning moments. The birthplace, the cradle of human civilization in some ways. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen so much of this world. I have never seen anything so magisterial as Hank Brennan's closing flourish. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh, you put all your effort in. You spent all the time. You spent all those moments. And how were you rewarded? Oh, Hank Brennan rewarded your efforts, ladies and gentlemen, in just the biggest, the most grandiose, the greatest way possible. Oh, in the way only Hank Brennan can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is like looking at some kind of stakes or some kind of Monaco Grand Prix or some kind of Champions League final. Oh, we were here for these moments together, ladies and gentlemen. I will never forget the moments that I shared with you as the Commonwealth rested its case in the Don O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moments we must watch again. Bob Alessi just screaming, ladies and gentlemen. And you might like to think that I am an excitable towel. Let me just tell you, Little Towel has nothing on Bob Alessi begging for his mother, basically, while he got dominated by Dr. Judson Welcher on cross. And you might say, Grant, that imagery is a little harsh. It can't possibly have been that bad. No, ladies and gentlemen, it was that bad and worse in every sense of the term, and I want to experience this with you. It was better. Oh, my goodness. Gentlemen, I apologize about the buffering. So that is absolutely not your fault. What's happening is I'm processing a number of different clips of video for us, and occasionally you will get a buffer when a big moment, not when the moment happens, but a few seconds after or a minute after, because the clip that I've just generated is actually getting uploaded. I'm so sorry for that. I know these are big moments, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. If you do have buffering, the only thing you need to do, whether it's on your phone or whether it's on your device, give it about 30 to 60 seconds, because what's happening is the YouTube stream is dropping frames. And so what's basically happening is my device is trying to send out information, and it pauses its ability to do that for about 30 seconds sometimes while uploading a big file for the people not watching live. You will then catch up about 30 seconds later when it stops uploading, and that's just a side effect of I am one person doing this in an 60-degree room. It could be a little colder. I don't have the greatest computer. We're not going to deal with any of that now. Just know it's a side effect of Tiles technology. It is not you, and I pray your indulgence. So thank you all, every single one of you who to give Towel feedback. Maybe in time, as we do other trials, as we continue discussing, there will eventually be an opportunity for Towel to get like one of these dedicated stations where, so I have my computer I can do my work on, and then we have a dedicated work tab that just does the streaming. If the streaming computer was only doing streaming and not doing clips and recording things, I promise you this would be a lot smoother. But again, one person literally serving the function of an entire network by himself with a computer, sitting here with like 14 monitors trying to do this. So everybody give Little Towel's computer a break. He promises Little Towel's computer, I know that he's been telling me he's going to do his very best. He speaks binary code. We're learning to communicate. He's telling me he's going to do his very best. But yes, God bless so many of you Little Towels. Court is not necessarily over. We are looking, we're going to look in live now, actually behind the screen. Court ready to come back into session. But let's just listen to Bob Alessi's meltdown again, because it was that glorious, and I have it for you.
3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt. Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury. So, I'm not interrupting.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something. All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer.
The photogrammetry that proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scan into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I was trying a new experiment what happened was I recorded it on my phone, and it doesn't have the best ability to capture the sound, so it tries to like grab it from the microphone too, and that was just not good. But we do have the original recording too. We can't go to it now though, because court might come back into session. You know, we can watch with good quality audio though, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness, do I have this one for you, friends? Look what I have for you. It was the end of the Commonwealth's case. I got it in real time. We can watch it with good audio.
Step down.
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. Mr. Brennan?
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
Hold on, little towels. I'll jump us forward. Hold on. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you today, Twitter? You were doing this yesterday, too. Hold on, little towels. It's not you. It is the very annoying Twitter video buffer. We're waiting for court to come back into session, though I am monitored, so we're going to go right back to the clip.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
Are you kidding me? How is this even possible? I don't get it. Oh, God bless you. Drew drops. Hold on. Oh, it's loaded. Hold on.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over? Or what if I put him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, you saw it there as we wait for court to come back into session. Oh, my word, not good. Not good for the Reed defense. That was a terribly sad moment. Absolutely. Well, folks, if you're monitoring here with us, we are just waiting to see, is the defense going to try to come back? It's going to try to start today. We are in an extent. The state has rested their case, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we have a live look-in. Yeah, that was quite the ending. We have a live look-in, ladies and gentlemen. We can't go anywhere until we find out what's going on. Then we'll do our wrap-up. Not much of a wrap-up to do, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Alessi went for a little bit. There was that one funny moment on cross. That it was just that end clip there, which is going to take me a second to really clip well anyway with the Karen Cam reaction. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, of course. Yes, Linda O'Gara, I'm thrilled to announce I'm going to be covering other trials. There is a Turtle Boy trial, which we're hopefully going to get a live feed for on June 2025, so that's coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that I'm also going to cover the Adelson case. I'm going to cover the Kohlberger case. So, folks, we will be live streaming trials. You are not going to lose this community. We are going to be with each other for a number of weeks and months going forward. We'll do the Aiden Kearney felony trials. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. And I also just want to say, God bless you, Jew Drops. Justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely. A beautiful sentiment. Super Towel. Jew Drops. You are amazing. It thinks I said dewdrops, D-E-W, because like dew, but like dew on a flower, but dewdrops. You are amazing. You are a super towel in every sense of the word. Truly, we love you, dewdrops. It did it again. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a glorious day. We are waiting to see what the state is going to do. What is the Reed defense going to do? Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, our prayers have been answered. The state put on a wonderful case, and we have the prayers were answered because I'm going to be covering all those trials. I guess so. We're going to spend time together. We're going to be little towels. I'm going to hang out. Unfortunately, hopefully we'll get, by then, I don't know what we're going to do. We'll figure it out. We're going to get Towel a dedicated streaming computer tower. I don't really need it to do work on. I just need a dedicated system that just does the streaming, and then I can use my computer to do the clipping, and then we will just be on our way to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. And I want to send a special shout out to Kiki and Riri and Dewdrops over in our Super Towel friends in the UK. They are super towels, ladies and gentlemen. Let us send Kiki and Riri and Dewdrops our super towel regards. Oh, Dewdrops, we are all crying for justice today, my friend. I am extending you towel hugs. You are among friends here. The state has presented an excellent case, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in. I'm telling you, folks, this was the state resting. Now, there's going to be defense witnesses and some rebuttal, but this was the major part of the case. It's almost over here. We could be heading into the last few weeks of this trial, depending on how long deliberations go. Oh, the state has rested Pilgrim Shadow. They are at sidebar, and we are just waiting right now, ladies and gentlemen, watching together to determine if we're done for the day. I don't know if the defense has a witness they can call. What is going to go on, ladies and gentlemen? Well, these are the moments you tune in for. These are the moments that you live for. And now, little towels, let me just say, if you're new here, if you've never been here before, we just got the news that Little Towel is going to keep covering trials. I hope you're all very excited. We're going to do the Koberger trial. Gentlemen, oh, God bless you, Artworks 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Artworks 2, and I just want to let you know, if you missed it earlier, on this special day that the state rested its case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, Artworks 2, the super towel themselves, has sent Towel a special lunch donation. And I don't think we're going to continue with session today, but I want to let you know, you always do. It's not a dismissal, it's a motion for a required finding of not guilty, and it will be denied just like the first trial. But yeah, everyone gets one. Motion for a required finding of not guilty. And you'll find this, it's perfunctory. It's like ceremonial. You stand at the end of the prosecution's case. You say, we, the defense, argue that the state has not met its burden of reasonable doubt, so we motion the court for a directed finding of not guilty on each count of the indictment. Judge denies it. But, ladies and gentlemen, on this, the day of the state resting its case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, I tell you, folks, it is Artworks 2's, the super towel herself, daughter's birthday. Let us take a moment. First, I'm going to be celebrating with you in spirit, dear super towel, on your birthday. I'm going to be getting myself some lunch. God bless you all. And then also, folks, send your birthday wishes. You know there's very few days when 178 countries, here we go, can celebrate one person's birthday. Here we go.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mike, please. Mike. No Karen cam. Turn the mic on. Turn the mic on. We're waiting. Turn the mic on. Oh, they're not talking yet. Hold on. We're not allowed to actually hear what they say when they're talking before court comes into session. Hold on. Expect a motion from the defense here for a required finding of not guilty, but it's going to be denied. There's no audio, folks. You're not missing anything. You says we're ready to talk. Get ready? Get ready. Yeah, you're not allowed to. You're not missing anything. We are not allowed to hear any of this. There's rules about when the mics come on. So just watch for Judge Cannoni's signal. She'll let us know. She'll signal to the court. The court reporter will sit down. The mics will come on. Hold on. Keep an eye out. She's not ready yet. And we're not allowed to hear what the clerk says to Judge Cannoni either. That's why everything's muted. You're not missing anything. You are not missing anything. There's literally nothing playing. There's nothing playing, folks. I would argue it's not really an argument. You just make, it's like a performative sentence. You don't really make an argument. It was very short last time during the first trial. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Come on. What is going on here? We need to hear the audio. Give us the audio. I am a towel. Are we going to get the required? I think it's by right that you get to make the motion for a required finding of not guilty. But yes, no audio yet, folks. We are sitting here. Judge Cannoni lays back in her chair. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're monitoring. The state has rested its case. I still got clips to make later, but it looks like we might be getting out of court early. Oh, hold on. Jurors are entering. Stay with us. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what's going on. If jurors are entering, we're going to the other screen. Hold on. Let's get the Karen cam back. Jurors might be entering, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. These are tense moments. Chloe, the Karen cam's back. Oh wow, tense moments. What is going to happen? I don't even know. Are the defense going to present no witnesses? Just rest. Do it. Do it, AJ. Just rest.
Right, so jurors, we all, it happens several times a day, doesn't it? So we don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've spent a lot of time at sidebar, and we've had times that we've kept you in the deliberation room because we've been trying to sort through everything, trying to make this trial as efficient as possible, but also honoring and respecting all the hard work of the lawyers that's gone into preparing this trial. So sometimes I do understand that it's frustrating for you. But today we were able to spend some time this morning. I know we kept you in there almost a half an hour, and we've just spent some time now. So I can tell you that we are ahead of schedule right now. I still need to talk to the lawyers about something tomorrow morning. So we're going to send you home now and have you come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, because today I know we kept you until 9:30, and it doesn't make any sense where I already know I need to talk to the lawyers tomorrow morning to have you here for a 9 o'clock start. So tomorrow will be a full day, and we'll have you here ready to start at 9:30. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And also, please continue to be careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Do not go anywhere, folks. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. The jury is just going home. The defense and the state have some motions to make. I think the defense is going to start their case tomorrow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what's about to happen. I think the most perfunctory thing, the most normal course is for Karen Reed to make a motion for a directed verdict of not guilty. Oh my goodness. Wait. The day might actually be ending. Hold on. Maybe not. Stay here. Stay.
All right, so Ms. Little, if you can get me whatever you're going to get me within the next hour, so that would be great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you.
Wow, that's it. That's it. The day just ends. We get a half day. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. There were only 2 highlights. Oh, folks, I get a whole half day. I've never gotten a half day. Oh, my goodness. This has never happened for Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth has rested. We made it. We made it through the Commonwealth's case in chief. You're here. Yeah, she can know. The state can, Reed could take a plea anytime before deliberations begin. But yeah, I don't see a plea coming in this case. Oh my goodness, they got her cooked. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. You have just seen, you were here for the moment, the end of the Commonwealth's case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. You know, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one thing we're going to do. We're going to turn off this. Guess what we're going to bring up? Folks, you know we're going to do it. You know we have to do it to him. We are going to watch the end. We're going to watch when the state rested. It was glorious. It was one of the most glorious things I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't think you all understand how great Hank Brennan is. Hank Brennan is an amazing human being. I think we should give Hank Brennan some kind of medal. Is there such thing as the Hank Brennan medal? Let us give it to Hank Brennan right now. I want to give Hank Brennan a medal, and there is nothing anyone can do about it. And people might say, Grant, we can't actually give Hank Brennan a medal. Yes, we can. Of course we can. We can just be like, Hank Brennan, here's a medal. Not yet, after the trial. But you could just give someone a medal. You might not be the same as giving them, like a medal, but we could still give someone a medal, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Get ready for this. Get ready for this, dear towels. Oh, yeah, we're going to do it to them. Hold on. I got even more system resources. You were here for it, folks. You were here. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. You were here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's why. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. Do you know what caused all those delays today? My antivirus was running a scan that whole time, and I didn't notice. I kept saying to myself, why are my system resources getting taxed so much? I'm so glad, Lisa. God bless you, dear friend. We were able to join you today. Listen, friends, I don't know if you saw it, but throughout that stream, Little Towel was getting so frustrated because I thought I was doing everything right. Everything was set up right, but we kept dropping frames. And it turns out the only reason we were dropping frames, and you're not going to believe this, was because my antivirus was running a scan of my entire system for 6 hours, and I didn't notice. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I hope that didn't impact. I know it was only a little bit where it would drop out for a few minute, 30 seconds, but I found the reason. I feel like a doofus, but it is what it is. But that was it. The state is rested. Oh my goodness, we were here for the moment, Little Towels. You know I'm honored to be with you, and we are going to clip now that I have a lot more system resources. Yes, it's not, well, we're definitely virus free, but I don't think it needed to scan the whole system. But watch this, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going into the void. Don't worry. Hold your towels. We're going to make a clip of the end of the state's case. And guess what? This time it's going to actually be good quality copy, I think. And you are going to be in it. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to be in it. Get ready. Get ready. We got to go to the moment that the Hank Brennan ended his magisterial case. Oh, the Hank Brennan. Call him Mr. Hank Brennan. You can call him Hank, ladies and gentlemen. He is a magisterial human. You're going to see double towel for a little second here. But ladies and gentlemen, wait until we see this. We are going to go back to the moment the state ended its case. We're going to cut out some of the extraneous noise. You're going to see it, ladies and gentlemen. The defense is going to start tomorrow. Oh, look at Little Towel giggling. Oh, I was such a funny Little Towel. Oh, we can do real-time video editing, ladies and gentlemen. We can sync the Karen Cam with the live images of the video that was played. So just hold on, Little Towels. Hold on, Little Towels. Now, let me just grab this for you here. Okay, so Dr. Welcher steps down. Now, in order to get the Karen Cam segment, we got to get 20 seconds before it starts playing. So hold on, I got to do the cue. 1 second. 1 second. As soon as the lights turn off, that's going to be our cue. So
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So the lights turn off at 11:23:05. So hold on. So 11:23:01, 11:22:56, 51. The light should turn off now in the underlying clip. Perfect. Okay, so watch this. So we get the lights turning off. Ready? Okay, that was the literal moment the lights turned off. So watch how we do this, towel friends. We're going to do it twice. So we're going to start right there. We're going to start a recording. So hold on to your towel hats. You're going to see real-time video editing. Now my mic's going to go quiet, and we're going to watch this.
Step down.
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. Mr. Brennan?
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Exhibit 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Wow, folks, you heard it. And listen, I know
Does
there's
counsel
one.
want to see
Hold on.
me?
Grant Smith Ellis here. Hold on. That was one moment. Okay, folks? I know there's a moment, though, that you all want to see. Bob Alessi literally screaming for his mother with good audio. It was at 10:55. All right, so hold on. Watch this, folks. Just watch this. Watch this glory. Bask in it, ladies and gentlemen. We don't even have a review to do today. How can we recap when it was just humiliation? There was just one moment of humiliation for Bob Alessi during the cross. Hank Brennan spent literally like 10 seconds on redirect. That was it. And then we were done.
You had 3D
Hold
images.
on. Watch this.
Took the best solution.
Hold on. I want to catch it.
I'm not sure what
You
you're
had
referring to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
All right, so I want to start there. All right, wait till you see this. Oh, we're getting the good quality version. Get in here for the clip. My mic's going to go down. Here we go. Get ready for this.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury.
So,
I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Long.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by...
Isn't it glorious, ladies and gentlemen? So that was literally the only thing. Like, there were some funny moments during that cross. We can watch. Alessi just kept getting more frustrated. And eventually the witness was like, oh, it's not a database, it's software, Mr. Alessi. That moment was hilarious. At one point, the judge was like, can you answer the question? And the witness was like, no, it doesn't make sense. Hold on. Let's watch this next moment at 10:13:53. It was hilarious. Hold on. We're doing our review of the day. I'll clip these later. I'm going to go get lunch first.
When you have...
This is hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe I got a half day. I've never gotten a half day. I want to go in the sun and relax.
Allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, None of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from 360 degrees, does it?
I don't understand your question. Are you asking if I showed it at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point.
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Lee.
Also, folks, if people have requested, if you see any video go up from Katie Benoit, from Christina Rex, from NBC 10 WJR, we're looking for clips of Karen leaving court. So, folks, if you have video of clips of Karen leaving court, post the Twitter link, post the YouTube link in the comment. We'll take a look at it. That's going to be one of the last things we do. But anyway, now we're going through the most hilarious moments of this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, this is absolutely big. The Commonwealth has rested their case. There was no even highlights of the Bob Alessi cross. It was just him getting laughed at. Now, let's take a look at the 1034 moment. Can you answer the question, witness? No, it doesn't make sense. 1034 exactly. I have all these timestamps. It's so fun to do this with you all because I sit there. I don't necessarily record it all, but I just listen.
For example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You used Bosch stuff sold by Bosch.
Oh, I went too far. Hold on. This was even better. Alessi got humiliated there too, but it was closer to here. Hold on. It was 1034.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box.
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So, can you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just wanted to repeat it so we can.
I didn't hear what the objection. You objected?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. Oh, Bob Alessi then just moves on. Oh, that was great. That was great. And then let's go to 103655. It's not a database, it's a software. And then I wrote, I love it. So hold on, 103655. Hold on, we can just jump. It's a Bob Alessi highlight wheel.
You say the stated purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to...
It's not a database, it's software. Oh, Murder from Maestro, that's hilarious. I love it. I love it. And for folks just tuning in, the state has rested their case. We're just going through the last of the few highlights of Bob Alessi's cross, which was just him getting embarrassed. At 10:41:15, Bob Alessi's like trying to get the witness to look at something. The witness can't find it, and Alessi's like, yeah, I give up. It's not that important.
Before.
Other than...
He asked you, is this before?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I gotta, so the PCS file is I have a second laptop that
Here's
has
what I'm going to
texture.
do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it,
Okay.
so let's just stay on.
How great was that? All right, now listen, we only have one more thing to watch. Brennan just stepped up, folks, Hank Brennan, and he did the redirect after a short recess. Oh, it was glorious. Let's just watch the whole thing. It took me a second to get it up and going because we were rewatching something, but let's just watch. Oh my goodness, I want to relive it with you all. We had like a 20-minute recess or so, and then Hank Brennan stood up and redirect and was just like, yeah, I want to ruin this guy's life, and then he did. Ruin Bob Alessi's life, and then he did.
Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did when I
This, Your Honor.
we overlaid.
I was
the
recording Bob Alessi's clip earlier. Hold on.
You were asked some questions about the Ring video. You were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions?
Used error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about this?
No.
Yesterday you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic tail light or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So the form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
Objection, scope, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do.
Could I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
I'm sorry, what number?
Slide 33.
Give me a second.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
No, not since I took down. Hold on. Here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Ms. Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Ms. Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle's speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow.
Anything, Mr. Lassie?
That was the whole redirect. That was it. Folks, that was Hank Brennan's whole redirect. Bob Alessi went for hours. Hank Brennan stood up there for 10 minutes, dominated Bob Alessi, and then sat down. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just getting caught up, first of all, Artima J, that is such a nice comment. Welcome to the ranks of the honorary towels. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you just missed it, we got a half day. We're going to do, there's really not much of a recap to do. We're going to do our recap. We're going to cue it up so that the very first thing on the recap that plays is the stunning clip that Hank Brennan played to close the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, we're going to watch it here in just a few minutes. We got to wait for the clip to come up on the screen at the end of Dr. Welcher's testimony, but here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for it. It was a moment in time. We're going to do our recap, so everybody get in here for the recap. It's going to be a truncated recap because nothing happened. It was just me being a towel. Hold on.
I'll do this out there. May I step down?
Yes, you can. Thank you very much.
Give it a second. All right, hold on. As soon as that goes from dark to light. All right. We're going to do our recap starting at 12:13. So, oh no, I dropped my water bottle. It's all right. 12:13. Give me a second. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hello, little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The state has rested their case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan rested the case in the most devastating way possible. Bob Alessi got humiliated for hours, uncrossed by Dr. Judson Welcher, and then Hank Brennan stood up on redirect for 10 minutes, ruined Alessi's life, and then played the following clip, whereupon, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed does indeed say, "So I thought I could have run John over. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he is drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? Then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him, what if I ran over his foot or clipped him in the knee and he passed out? And David said, yeah, then you would have some element of culpability." Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the end of the exquisite case. Hank Brennan, a magisterial production for his case in chief of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Justice for John O'Keefe is coming. This little towel has been in the courtroom. The jurors hate Karen Reed. They love Hank Brennan. It is bad news bears. I think the defense team knows they are sunk, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch the moments the state rested their case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Huge shout out to everyone who was there for this moment and for the past few weeks. We got more of the case to come. We'll be in session tomorrow, Friday, May 30th at 9 a.m. with the attorneys, 9:30 a.m. for the jury with a full day of testimony expected. Ladies and gentlemen, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Watch this exclusive Karen Cam footage. Chat with the Towel Friends. Be part of the historic experience. I also announced today, folks, that Towel Channel will be covering more cases in the future. The Koberger case out in Iowa, the brutal and horrifying student deaths at the hands of Mr. Koberger, allegedly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cover the Adelson case, the alleged murder for hire down in Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cover the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case. There's a criminal trial for Aiden Turtleboy Kearney with Lindsay Catani as the named victim, Dedham District Court, June 9, 2025. If you're interested in attending to support Lindsay, please, all of 19 might be coordinating some people. Maybe we can reach out to Little Towel. You can go as a member of the public, ladies and gentlemen, to support Lindsay. We'll be covering Aiden Kearney's trials in Norfolk Superior Court. Multiple felonies going to trial for Mr. Aiden Kearney. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a day on Towel Stream, and we'd love to have you tune in. If you watch this trial, you know it's been an experience. I appreciate every single one of you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I sometimes go by Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis, and this was the ending of the state's case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial.
I'll do this out there. May I step down?
Yes, you can. Thank you very much. Mr. Brennan?
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26. Commonwealth rests.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it. The Commonwealth rests. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, are there going to be more Karen clips? There could be during closing argument, during rebuttal. We know that 26 have now played. Ladies and gentlemen, that 26 have played. That means there could be up to 20 more. We don't know. Some were allowed in. Maybe some weren't. Ladies and gentlemen, no, absolutely not, Macy. Sue O'Connell, in my opinion, is totally FKR. She rubs hands with Karen Reed's parents outside of court. Folks, please, when Sue O'Connell reports things, it is to try to help Karen Reed. There are certain people when they're reporting, in my opinion, they're not actually reporting, they're doing propaganda, okay? Pay attention. Pay attention to people like John DePetro, folks who aren't actually biased for Karen, but in there just to report. They're the ones who will tell you what's going on, and this jury disagrees with everything that Karen Reed's lawyers say. They don't even pay attention on cross. I've been in that room. When Hank Brennan speaks, the jury ping-pong balls back and forth. Everything Brennan says, everything the witness says. When Alessi's up there talking, and it's only been Alessi mostly, the jury just tunes out. One juror during one of Alessi's crosses was just sitting there like this. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, Sue O'Connell is FKR, and this is part of our recap. But listen, let me just prove it to you. To those who are new to the channel, I can actually prove to you that shameful Sue O'Connell, in my opinion, this is my opinion, is very close with Karen Reed's parents. Now, Sue will be like, no, but please, ladies and gentlemen, you tell me whether this person, whether Sue O'Connell, okay, let's watch this. Sue, let's just type in the word Sue. Sometimes just typing in the word Sue is enough for me to get it. Oh, I got it, ladies and gentlemen, I got it. Watch this. Sue O'Connell, you deserve this. Even during the recap on the last day of the state trial, there's nothing more deserving than shameful Sue O'Connell, is shameful in my opinion, getting to see herself up in the bright lights. Now, Macy, if you're wondering, no, it can't be possible. It cannot be possible that Sue O'Connell actually went out there and in a blatant way, like hugged Karen Reed's parents or something like that. Oh, really? Oh, really? You know what? And I'm not talking to Macy, obviously, but let me prove it. Well, I wouldn't call it a hug. I'd call it more of a, what would you call this, ladies and gentlemen? What would you call this? Hold on one second. Come on. Oh, what do you mean? Is it in the background or something? Give it a second, little towels. What is the problem? I am going to bring this up. No, absolutely not. We are going to make this work, little towels. You watch this. Watch this. Oh, there it is. Now tell me, Macy, tell me, have you ever seen this before? Little towels, you just watch this. Have you ever seen this? Look at Sue O'Connell rubbing hands with Karen Reed's parents. Does that look like a commentator? What kind of, is this a reporter? Is this an impartial person or a cheerleader for Karen Reed's parents? You tell me. Ladies and gentlemen, what does that look like to you? Is that Karen Reed rubbing hands with Sue O'Connell, Karen Reed's parents, Karen's mom Janet rubbing hands with Sue O'Connell? Is that what it is? Is that what an impartial reporter should do? Be rubbing hands with Karen Reed's parents? Is this the kind of stuff Sue O'Connell would ever admit to, ladies and gentlemen, if there weren't a video of it? Is this the kind of thing we have to deal with in the Karen Reed trial? Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Towel was in the room. Towel saw some of those jurors. Towel knows that Sue O'Connell, in my opinion, might not be explaining what jurors are doing, but instead just trying to help Karen and her parents. Who rubs Janet Reed's arm like that, ladies and gentlemen? Look at it. It is because, in my opinion, Sue O'Connell has a side. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at it, Macy. Look at it. Look at it. Sue O'Connell has a side, in my opinion. Oh, I'm a towel. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, when Sue O'Connell says something in the courtroom, I think about it from the perspective of, is she cheerleading for Karen? And I believe the answer is yes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at it. It's going to play over and over and over and over again. Hi, Sue. Hi, I'm a towel. I think I got this video of you rubbing hands with Janet Reed. Would it ever have gotten out if Towel wasn't there to catch this video? Nope, ladies and gentlemen. What are you trying to hide, Sue? That's my question. Found it, Bella Marie. I took the clip. This clip wouldn't exist, my dear Super Towel friend, if Towel was... It's not me walking by. I'm holding the camera, friends. This clip only exists because I was standing there and happened to film it, and I thought it was weird. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I was down there. I was in the field. Yeah, it is a little bit hard to go out in the field. But look, I will tell you, people are right. Ange Wittick. Okay, folks. It's people love who they love. Everybody just try to think about Matthew 21:35, Matthew 25, 31 through 46, okay? Matthew 25, 31 through 46. Let's just think about the parable of the sheep and the lamb and the goats, okay? And, you know, they're just, you know, okay. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, I was on the ground. I was literally on the ground taking this video, and it's not, so I wasn't just in it, I took the video. Now, in terms of what I think of the jury, let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I have my special towel notes for you here. I'm one of the few people who actually has towel notes on what the jury is like. Now, I'm not obviously allowed to violate the order, so I have only very vague descriptions. We don't talk about any identifying features, but listen, I have my notes right here. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, on the back of this page, I have the description, not just with in line with the court rules, race, general description of race, not even age, but general age. I have it, ladies and gentlemen, and gender. I have it. I have it. I have it. I have it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. And I will tell you, folks, I will tell you, my dear towel friends, I will tell you, the jury in the Karen Reed trial. Listen, look at my notes for this. How about this? Sue O'Connell, I have actually imperative data because I was taking real-time notes on what the jurors were doing during KF's testimony. Okay, now I didn't put any identifying features, but I actually took real-time notes. You want to see them? Oh, yeah, Sue O'Connell, I can prove it. I can prove it. So, now, look at this, okay? Here's what it says. During KF's direct, at 9:40 a.m., 14 of the 18 of the jurors were taking notes. This was by Laura McLaughlin, the direct. 16 of the 18 jurors were taking notes at 9:50. 16 of the 18 were taking notes as of 9:55. And then I put X's on the jurors that were taking notes, and I have real-time notes. So these are real-time, contemporaneous recorded recollection. The woman who gasped at the Karen clips playing in court definitely was taking notes. Now, at 9:58 a.m., all 18 jurors were taking notes during the KF direct. All 18 jurors were still taking notes as we headed into 10:07. At 10:07, they all were still taking notes. So at 10:01, they were still taking notes, all 18, and at 10:07. Now when KF was testifying about the morning of 1/29/2022, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, every juror was hanging on every word. Now, by the time there were some questions about how KF knew Jen McCabe on direct, only 4 of 18 jurors were taking notes, okay? Now, during David Yannetti's cross, only 1 juror was taking notes. I have the X right here on the page. And then during DY's cross, the most it got to was two jurors taking notes. That is empirical evidence, ladies and gentlemen, contemporaneous recorded recollection from Little Towel himself. So I'm telling you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, do we have pictures of Karen Reed leaving court? That's the one thing we're looking for. But Greer's Garden, thank you for the great question about the jury. Now, I think I've made my point about Sue O'Connell as I was describing why I think a lot of that stuff that Sue O'Connell posts is nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. But, however, we have more to look at, folks. We have more to look at. So let me bring this up for you, Little Towels. So let's bring that down. Let's bring this over here. You want to see the moment of the day as we continue to do our slightly haphazard and spastic recap because it was literally only like an hour of court and we're pretty much done. No sketching murder by maestro. The order is very specific. No specific identifying characteristics. General gender, race, and age. That's it. And that's all I have. Yeah, there's no way jurors were shaking their heads. No, absolutely. I don't believe it for a second. I think Sue was absolutely manipulating people. In my opinion, I don't believe her. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at this. You have to watch one of the funniest moments. Bob Alessi literally screamed for Judge Cannone like as his mom during this, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to go to, it was at 10:55, ladies and gentlemen. It was one of those moments when you're watching a criminal trial and you see a lawyer literally like begging for the judge as his mommy. Okay, you literally pause and you're like, no, that did not just happen. You can't just say, mom, like, help me, mom. And that's what Bob Alessi pulled a mommy. It was like, it was unbelievable that it happened. And we're going to watch it right now. We're going to watch the lead up to it during our recap. Bob Alessi, show us your skills on cross. Show us how you cried out for Judge Cannone and stamped your feet about how the witness looked at your hands. You are ridiculous.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You had 3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just
used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans, on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not, and I think that's distracting to the jury.
So,
I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Leslie, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Welch.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
And the best part is Alessi wasn't even right. He was just being a petulant child for no reason. Heart Star, great to see you. And yes, the witness baited Alessi. Alessi took the bait. Alessi looked like a petulant child, crying for his mommy, throwing a temper tantrum on national TV in front of the jury. The jury was probably like, wow, you are a child, Bob Alessi, and that was really funny. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it never ceases not to be funny. I can't wait to finish up with this overview just so I can laugh at it. But folks, if you didn't miss it, the way the day started was even better. Had we walked into court we started the day in court, and Hank Brennan, after desperate oral arguments from Bob Alessi, Hank Brennan stepped up very, very quietly, ladies and gentlemen, in the Hank Brennan way, and just with so much finesse, so much skill, just took Bob Alessi to school. And then Judge Cannoni ruled in favor of Hank Brennan on every single part of the motion. Are you ready for it? Are you excited for it? I know I am. Let's watch it. Hi, Hank. Hi, Hank. You are a super towel. Take it away.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They are trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness. They have asked Dr. Scordi-Bello what her opinion is, and although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert. Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scordi-Bello's conclusion that this cause of death is undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness. They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scordi-Bello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor, it's not a tether, it's not an adoption, it's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher, any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not, and this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. A bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it. They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports, and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scortibello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions to try to do a credibility eval is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
This was earlier to start the day.
Bring the jury, start getting the jury ready, please.
Now listen to Alessi argue, then he's going to lose, so watch him lose.
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis, the other items, but even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's why they took the picture, and that's the tether. So the photo is completely relevant. It's not who's in it, it's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law. Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here, and because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. What we want to do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading. That odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's illogical, Your Honor, and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
So I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scortibello. So that's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in.
And then, folks, you want to see Hank Brennan? Oh, get ready for it. We have exclusive footage. We can't listen to the audio. We have exclusive footage from Reporter Towel. Elevate the Process. Ladies and gentlemen, give Elevate the Process a subscribe on YouTube. Hold on. I got to get a clip of this. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I got to make it actually into a different window so your comments stay on the screen. Stay with me, little towels. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have exclusive exclusive footage of Hank Brennan leaving court. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it right there. Get ready for it. I got to zoom in on it so I can make this nice for the people, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wow, we're doing our recap, and thanks to the reporter towel on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the reporter towel on the ground, elevate the process. We have exclusive footage of Hank Brennan. Let me get it zoomed in for us. We got to keep the credit here. We got to keep elevate the process's full account name in the screenshot, ladies and gentlemen. So let me try to zoom in for you here. Oh, yes, we got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it. Let me make it as nice as I can for you. Hold on one second. Now I got a plan. Watch this, folks, so we can keep elevate the processes window over here. Now watch this. I should be able to copy. Okay, this is going to be a lot on the little towel system, but watch this. During the recess, ladies and gentlemen, or excuse me, during the recap, as we're doing the recap of the day, I'm going to try to paste it as a new source. No promises, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, you can do it, little towel. I should have just made it a new source. That would have been even quicker. Come on, little towel. I don't know if it did it. Did it actually do it? Oh, it did it. Now watch this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you see how we have elevate the processes source on the right? But we really want a blown up image of Hank Brennan, you know, so we want to give elevate the process their amazing credit. And then look what we do. See how we get this image over here? Now watch this. So you got elevate the process with their credit, and then we just make this really, really big. Okay, and then we line that up, real-time video editing. That's what the people come for, folks. They like the real-time video editing. Then we elevate the process up over here. We want to have it centered under the comments, and we want to have them roughly aligned at the bottom and the top. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it today, the Commonwealth has rested its case in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Hank Brennan played a clip of Karen Reed saying absolutely devastating remarks in front of the jurors. It was a media interview clip where Karen said, so I thought I could have run John over. So I thought, could I have run John over? Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he is drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? Then, when I hired David Dianetti, I asked him, what if I ran over John's foot or clipped him in the knee and he passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Dewdrops, you have a wonderful afternoon. Let's watch Hank Brennan leaving court. Thanks to the wonderful Super Towel, elevate the process. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we even got Emily Joyce sending a Super Towel emoji as Hank Brennan walks out. That is a Super Towel emoji for Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Hank Brennan leaving court with a smile on his face. You got the dual views, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's going to play over and over again. Hank Brennan is the man with the plan. Folks, Hank Brennan is the man with the plan. And Emily Joyce, you are amazing. I feel like that little Super Towel lemon is celebrating Hank Brennan, a man walking with a strut, walking with a smile. The Super Towel elevate the process themselves coming through. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless so many of the towel friends. God bless Hank Brennan. I think we may be heading towards a conviction. Oh, goodness, that was the moment that Hank Brennan walked out of court, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're wondering, was it as glorious as you imagine? Yes, it was as glorious as you can imagine. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Come watch. The state has rested its case, but there's more testimony tomorrow. 9 a.m. will be in court for motion hearing, where the lawyers will be talking to Judge Cannoni. Jurors in session at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. The defense will be putting on its case over a few days. Prosecution might have a little rebuttal. We could be into deliberations by the first week of June, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the second week. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Tomorrow is a full day of court, Deb H. Full day of court until 4:30 or 4 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. All right, towel friends, I made that amazing clip, and you know, towel friend, you know, we have, first of all, we have to elevate the process, literally on the ground, being a super reporter towel, ladies and gentlemen. We have to elevate the process their due homage, ladies and gentlemen. So what we do is watch this. You're going to see this happen in real time, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see it happen in real time on the towel Twitter. So we go into the towel, literally in real time. We generate a file, right? So the little towel computer, I feel like, is a little overwhelmed, but we got to get this done. We're doing this during the recap, ladies and gentlemen. So we got Hank Brennan. We got the video of Hank Brennan leaving court, ladies and gentlemen. We grabbed that video from the Super Towel themselves, elevate the process. We made sure to give them credit in multiple ways. Then we go ahead and we just grab that file there. It shouldn't be too long, hopefully. Is it? That's it. Just in. Here is the video. Credit to Super Towel. I hope your username on Twitter is Elevate the Process so this doesn't get complicated. Is it Elevate the Process? Is it Elevate the... Oh, goodness, it's not Elevate the Process. Okay, do you have a Twitter, Elevate the Process? Oh, no. I need to figure out how to give you credit on Twitter. Hold on. I refuse to not give Elevate the Process credit. Elevate the Process. I know we could do it from the YouTube link, but I want to see if they have an X account. Karen Reed, because it helps if you... I'm not seeing an Elevate the X account. Elevate the Process, my dear friend. Do you have an X account? If not, that's okay. I have a backup plan, ladies and gentlemen. I have a backup plan. They are on YouTube, and I can just link to the YouTube short. So here we go. Let me click this, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate the Process. If you hear this, ladies and gentlemen, definitely let's see if we have a Twitter account for Elevate the Process. Super Towel, Elevate the Process. Of prosecutor Hank Brennan leaving court after the state rested its John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial case. Oh my goodness, Brennan. Hold on. Brennan walks confidently after he played jurors a stunning clip of Karen Reed's own media interview to end his case. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got the video up of Hank Brennan leaving court. During the recap, I tell you folks, I think you even got to watch it a little bit, but you are just getting to watch Hank Brennan leaving court. Is there anything better than that? You literally get to watch Hank Brennan leaving court. We're waiting to see if Elevate the Process has a Twitter. They may not be. They may be doing hundreds of things at once, so I don't know if we're going to catch them. But source clip. Hold on, I can do the source clip. source clip here. Okay, very good, ladies and gentlemen. I need to also get the moment culpability, said Karen in the interview played for the jury that shocked the world. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, what a ridiculous and stunning end. Bob Alessi just crashed and burned on cross. You saw every moment of it during our recap, ladies and gentlemen. Said Karen, that shocked the world. I think I actually have to put... I feel very badly for you if I bumped your ears. I'm sorry, that was the first time I've ever dropped the microphone. I literally was typing that shocked the world. And then as a result of doing that, ladies and gentlemen, I dropped the microphone. And that's kind of ironic because that's the kind of thing that can shock ears around the world. So please, I didn't mean to make you part of an unintentional pun, but you became part of an unintentional pun, and I think that's hilarious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith. I know you all enjoyed it, being able to watch the Hankinator just walking out of court, Hank Brennan himself, over and over and over. Now listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring down the Hank clip. I know, don't cry, folks. Keep your composure. There is one more clip we have to watch of Mr. Brennan. We have to do it. You know we have to do it to him, ladies and gentlemen. Sandy Johnson, Iowa Travel. It's great to see so many of you. Listen, friends, I have to show this. I think I would be remiss. It would be illegal. It would be wrong. It would be immoral, ladies and gentlemen, if I did not show the clip that I am about to show. Yes, it is that clip. Yes, you know it's coming. Colleen Henry, get your towel emojis in the chat. I am so excited to take the day off, ladies and gentlemen. I am going outside. I am going to have the day. I'm going to have the whole afternoon. I'm going to walk around. I haven't seen the sun in days. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. I haven't seen the sun. Oh, goodness. I'm going to get to see the sun. Praise be to Jesus. Towel actually really likes Jesus, so praise be Jesus. You are going to let me see the sun. I am so grateful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get a special towel lunch. I promise I'm going to get a delicious towel lunch. It's going to be immaculate. It is going to be a cheeseburger. Oh, I might even get chicken fingers. I haven't had those in forever. Oh, I'm an easy-to-please towel with a childlike joy, ladies and gentlemen. Does it get any better than that? Oh, yes, Colleen Henry. I knew you were here for this moment. It's Colleen Henry's favorite clip of all time, ladies and gentlemen. We actually have to get the clip to load up, so give Towel a little second. Hold on. There are a lot of Towel clips, ladies and gentlemen. You could say that Towel is a man with a plan, and look, here it is. Colleen Henry. Ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. The Towel clip of all Towel clips. Mr. Hank Brennan himself. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Hankinator himself, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank, call me Hank Brennan. Oh, goodness, that's what I'm saying. I think I almost fainted. Oh, Wicked Uma, it was a day. Oh, Barbara, it was a day. Hank Brennan, I think Hank Brennan likes Little Towel and the Towel Friends. We've earned our respect. All right, so folks, I got to talk to the Towel Friends a little bit, but you saw absolutely everything that happened today. That was some intense, crazy stuff. Got to make some quick high-def clips of the Bob Alessi moment. Got to clip and got to clip a little bit of the Welcher redirect, and then I got to clip obviously the end moment with the Karen clip. But then I'm done for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was great to have you on this recap. I'm going to say hello to the Towel Friends. I say goodbye, I should say, to the Towel Friends. Let me just find the moment that we started this Towel recap. Give me 1 second. It had to be, oh goodness, how did I lose my time place? Well, it's easy enough to figure out exactly when we started the Towel recap. Oh, 12:13. So we got to finish it up on an even number. Hold on, folks. We're going to finish it up at 12:49:30. Follow youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. and we'll be live. 29:40, so 12:49:30. All right, Towel Friends. So we did our recap. That was great. I absolutely appreciate that from all of you. Now we get to spend some time with the Towel Friends. Now listen, we saw our Call Me Hank clip. We had friends. That was we had fun with our friends. We got to spend time together. Ladies and gentlemen, did you have a good day with Little Towel? I hope you did. I am going to go outside, Joe O'Keefe. God bless you. But you know, folks, we end this stream in 3 ways. 1, okay, so it's the end of the month. Folks, please, Little Towel is doing good. I think we made it to the end of the month for the first time. But since this is a public information service, for the first time in 2 days, we've been streaming for 50 hours this week. I can't tell you how much effort I've put into this to keep you all updated and informed. It is an act of love and service. However, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public information service, so it's about more than me, right? I'm trying to figure out a way to make this public information service sustainable so that we can educate, inform, and entertain the wider public at large, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government around the world. All of that is a short way to say there are ways to directly contribute to Little Towel. I promise. Every time somebody sends a donation, I set it aside for specific purposes. 7-Eleven pizza, lunches, medicine. You please do not contribute if you've already contributed. Please note, if you have contributed, I'm going to get 7-Eleven pizzas for the next 40 days, and I'm so thrilled. But just know that every single donation, it means so much to me. Every comment, every like and subscription to the channel, it supports this channel. All the membership drives today, the Towel emoji friends, you all are doing wonderful things. I'm trying to do my best to honor the commitment to this channel that you've demonstrated. I try to do recaps at the end of every day. I try to stream as long as possible. I stick around and make sure that people who miss the morning get a chance to get caught up, and then we do afternoon catch-ups. This means so much to me to be able to do this public information service, because that is what I feel is my calling. But then to add on top of that you all care so much about each other, you love each other, you care about each other, you'd forget about the support you showed a Little Towel. You remember each other when people have family incidents going on, when we don't see a Towel friend for a day because they're sick, when someone has surgery. You all remember. It's hundreds of you. I hope you understand how special and precious this is. So if you missed the announcement earlier, this public public information service is not going away. We're going to continue covering the Reed trial, of course. Then we're going to cover the Koberger trial. We're going to cover the Aiden Kearney cases. The first trial in district court is on June 9th, where Aiden is the defendant in a misdemeanor RO violation with named victim Lindsay Gattani. We're going to cover the Kearney felony cases. We're going to cover the Adelson case, ladies and gentlemen. We will be continuing to search for cases where we can uplift and engender the cogency of public discourse, honor victims, honor justice for those who are voiceless, uplift spirits, be friendly and compassionate, and lead through small acts of service. Ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel, it's true. We are a happy towel family, Harpo. And ladies and gentlemen, I also want to say this. I want to let you know there are so many ways to support this stream, and I see all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're commenting, when you're liking the stream, when you're asking people to like the stream, when you're sharing the stream, it means so much to Little Towel. And by the way, we have one more thing that we're going to do because guess who's one of the biggest supporters of Towel Stream? Christina Towel, reporter Towel Christina. And ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss if at the end of the stream, I don't even know, folks, I just want to let you know, I don't exactly know what I'm about to see here, so I want you to all hold on to your towels. Reporter Towel Christina, when she comes through at the end of the day with some updates for us, ladies and gentlemen, they can absolutely be amazing. And yes, folks, I want to let the folks who have been saying, Grant, when we're done, listen, we're about to be done before we would even finish lunch on a regular day. I am going to go out into the sun, ladies and gentlemen. Want to send a special shout out to Lynn Hennis. I know Lynn was a little worried about Little Towel. I'm doing good, Lynn. I'm trying to stay composed. I'm trying to get out in the sun, eat towel pizza, eat towel cheeseburgers, be a general towel human. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have an update from Christina Towel. It's getting a little warm in my towel vest here, in my towel sweatshirt, but I absolutely will not give up on reporter Towel Christina. Oh, JJ appears to be sitting in a Home Depot in a patio chair. JJ, just know that I see you, friend, all the way in that Home Depot patio chair. If the people around you are like, is that stream talking directly to the person in the Home Depot patio chair? Yes, we have people from 78 countries around the world, but I am talking to the person isolated in the Home Depot patio chair. Say hello to them. They are a famous Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. If you are within earshot of this and you're at a Home Depot patio and you see someone sitting in a chair, they are famous. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have footage of Karen Reed leaving court. Oh, reporter Towel Christina. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we don't just have updates from reporter Towel Christina. We have footage of Karen Reed leaving court from Katie Benoit. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, everyone sing the praises of reporter Towel Christina. She is a reporter towel in every sense of the word. Here's the update, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to get it on your screen right about now. Then we're going to have images from reporter Towel Christina. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad you stuck around. Got a double benefit, ladies and gentlemen. You truly did. You got a double benefit. Here's the footage of Karen Reed leaving court from Katie Benoit. Katie Benoit is an excellent reporter. You got to follow her, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the footage. Karen might have had no comment. I get the sense Karen had no comment. Karen, did you have no comment? I bet you had no comment.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
Oh, that was it.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
Karen, what can
There you go. You got it, folks. You got the special update. You got the update. Oh, my word, folks. So we got to see Karen Reed. We did indeed get to see Karen Reed. She had very little to see. She looks like she's going to take a 1.5 to 2 weeks. So that was, I expect the deliberations to start, as I said, first, second week of June. She said TBD, to be determined as to whether she's going to take the stand 1.5 to 2 weeks for her case, and she's feeling good. That was it. She had no, so it was like basically no comment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, reporter Towel Christina is on the scene. Oh my goodness, we have all sorts of updates. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I think I know why Bob Alessi was so thrown off in court. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out reporter Towel Christina, who was literally on the scene, oh my goodness, Bob Chu Man. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. The first update I have from Christina Towel is just stunning. Oh, goodness. Oh, my word. I can't believe it. This is great. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these updates are just absolutely hilarious from Reporter Towel Christina. You should stick around. It's only going to take me about 5 seconds to get them fully uploaded for you. But my word, Reporter Towel Christina, you really do put in effort. We can't make fun of David Yannetti, though. Towel likes David Yannetti. Oh, wait a minute. Why is there a picture? Why is there a bird and a cat? Oh, is that Hank Brennan? But why is Hank Brennan involved with the bird and the cat? I'm a little bit perplexed. How did a bird and a cat get involved in this? Oh, it wasn't me. Oh, that's really good, Christina Towel. Wow. All right, listen, ladies and gentlemen. Watch, I'm going to bring this up for you now. We have a full mosaic drawing. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a full mosaic drawing. And also remember, folks, you do have the ability to link out, but, try to summarize what you're linking to, Diane and Natalie. We don't want to just say, like clickbait, like, here's something to look at, because then people will click off the stream. People will save it for later if you say, watch this later, here's what it is. But that's just a minor thing. Folks, first of all, I think I know why Bob Alessi was struggling today. And Diane and Natalia, you are very appreciated, by the way. You have a very resourceful way about you, and you find things that are very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. We now know why Bob Alessi was off his game. Reporter Towel Christina. Oh, my goodness. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Reporter Towel Christina has put it together. Oh, it's Alessi who's Sylvester Cat, and Hank is bombarded in the background. Oh, that's great. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what threw off Bob Alessi. The specter of Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were behind him. Oh, my goodness. Yes, Antwitic, but we try to think that was mostly Alan Jackson and Karen Reed. David Yannetti was just along for the ride. Oh, my goodness. Now that makes so much sense. Ladies and gentlemen, now we know what happened. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca used their psychological powers to manipulate Bob Alessi. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I told you all that's exactly what went down. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the only thing that makes sense. Bob Alessi was off his game because he clearly was surrounded. The rebuttal thing. Yes, thank you, Eva. So the rebuttal thing, the way that it works is the defense calls their case in chief. Hank Brennan might get a rebuttal witness or however many. Then the defense does a sur rebuttal to those witnesses, but it was very limited. It could be like a few days, if that. But thank you for the question, Eva. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this Reporter Towel Christina update. Oh, my goodness, it is Sylvester the Cat. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am so glad we did this update. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Hank Brennan's trying to keep himself awake. Oh, but Bob Alessi is just doing a work. Bob Alessi's being a Bob Alessi, ladies and gentlemen, in that picture. Christina Towel, we absolutely love it. And then, folks, the one, little Miss Twiggy, welcome to Super Towel, honorary Super Towel status. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. Look at this wonderful, wonderful reporting from Super Towel Christina. Look, it's Chewie, it's Karen trying to say that it was actually the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Chewbacca's there trying to defend his client. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, look at this scene. Karen knows. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen, her only hope is to pray that the jury thinks that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Amber M, I don't think Alan Jackson has any witnesses that are going to say that, which is why Karen's going to jail, because Alan can't deliver on anything he promised in his opening. Ladies and gentlemen, look at Karen Reed in this Reporter Towel Christina. Oh, I hope so. I hope so, Grant Smith Ellis fan. God bless you for your support of Towel Channel. Folks, give a special towel hug to Grant Smith Ellis fan. I'm thrilled that you are a fan of me. I don't know if I'm a fan of me. I am a towel, but we are thrilled to have you on the channel, Grant Smith Ellis fan. I love that little shade of blue. You are appreciated, and hopefully your lips to God's ears, Karen and Turtle Boy will be convicted in the same week. If indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it plays out that way. Oh, God bless you, Grant Smith Ellis fan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Reporter towel Christina. She is an impressive reporter towel. Can we give her some credit? Look at how many images. Oh, okay. So Diana Natale, it's oh, that's great. No, Diana Natale, you didn't interrupt. It's just see, if anything, you're so helpful, Diana Natale, because when you collect these links, I go back and watch them, and then I welcome the interruption part. It's very helpful if, like, just what you did in that comment, if you just with the link, just say, oh, here's a quick summary, because not just for the people who are reading it live, when I go back and watch it later, it helps me so much if I know which link belongs to which. But don't burden yourself, because you are out there like a ferocious reporter, Diana Natale. You get everything, and we appreciate you. The defense probably gets the last word in Sir rebuttal, but then the state gets the last word on cross. Eva, dear Eva. The state always gets the last word on closing, I mean. So the state always gets the last word, but in terms of like rebuttal witnesses, probably Karen would get a Sir rebuttal and then it would end. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, my word. Okay, so now we talked a little bit earlier. If you haven't liked Towel Stream, we don't know where the juror went, came on Karen's legal team. She stopped coming to court. She's still on Alessi's website, but nobody has any idea where that juror went, okay? She just disappeared. It was kind of a PR stunt, and it went nowhere, so. God bless you, though. The animated woman is better looking than Karen. That's funny. Yeah, I do wonder why Karen didn't take a plea. I agree. It would have saved a lot of chaos. The Lollipop Guild man. All right, now, if you haven't liked the channel, haven't subscribed, please do that. It means a lot to Little Towel. But there's something else that we do here. We do 2 more things to wrap up here because we finished up the day, basically. And if you've never been on this stream before, then you know Little Towel has a certain way about him. We like to do things a certain way. We follow a set routine. And I like to close in a certain way. And we are going to close together, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, God bless you, Modelo Macy. Absolutely. DJ, we're going to do, because I'm taking a half day. DJ, Linda A., Modelo Macy, Amber M., Ange Wittick, Forensic RN, Colleen Henry, Little Miss Twiggy, Eva, Alana, my dear friend, Colleen Henry, Camilla Mosley, Diana Natale, Ange Wittick, Amber M., Colleen Henry, Christina, Grant Smith Ellis fan, Linda A., Little Miss Twiggy, oh my goodness, look at all of you Little Towel friends, DJ, Jennifer Ray, oh wow, Eva, Modelo Macy, Amber Am, as I said, so many of you. Look at this, Little Towels. Look at this. Lisa, hello, you super towel. I know you love those towel emojis. Folks, don't forget to say thank you to all the towel friends who stopped in and gifted memberships. If you click the emoji icon and you all of a sudden have the ability, ladies and gentlemen, to use super towel emojis, or if you have an icon next to your name that's a wrench and a towel symbol, that means you got invited. You were gifted a membership by a super towel friend. That is amazing. Camilla Mosley, just being nosy. I can't wait to listen to your little song. We can't always play them on live, but I absolutely will listen to it later. I saw your link. I'm going to take a screenshot of it, and I'll try to go back and find it in chat. That's so amazing. Please DM me on Twitter if you hear this. I want to listen to it. Camilla Mosley, Forensic RN. I am going to get some sunlight. I know you all, especially folks, can we take a minute to say thank you to our nurses who are in the chat? We have so many nurses who follow these cases, so many nurses who have been on Towel Stream. We owe them such a debt of gratitude. Nurses are wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for trying to keep Little Towel healthy, Forensic RN, and holistic psychology, and so many of the other wonderful nurses. And Dewdrops is a nurse. Angela Powell, Harpo, Christina Towles, Stacy Gardner, MJ Baker, Ange Wittick, the Inside Man, Pilgrim Shadow, my dear friend, sending you a big hug. Glamis Girl, God bless you for being with us, my dear friend. Look at Murder by Maestro is here. Super towel hugs to you. Glamis Girl, as I was saying, hello, my dear friend. Oh, Harpo, I saw you in there. Macy, hello, dear friend. Deb H, we have a sharing a birthday almost. God bless you, my dear friend. Amber Am, oh goodness, look at all these towel friends who showed up. I just am overwhelmed. Cinnamon Buns, God bless you. Bella Marie, sending towel hugs to you. God bless you, dear friend. Joe O'Keefe, it was great to see you. I put in so much work, not just for myself, because I want to help you all, and I truly do try to do that. God bless you, Deb H, for that comment. Wicked Uma, my dear friend, you are hilarious, you are insightful, you are witty, you are erudite, and I'm giving you a special comment because sometimes I see your comments pop up and I'm like, those are hilarious, Wicked Uma. Oh, Murder by Maestro, JJLLA, ladies and gentlemen, Linda A, Iowa travel nurse. I told you we have a lot of amazing nurses in here. Joe O'Keefe, Barbara, Claire Olivares. Oh, Alana again, sending you super towel hugs, Alana. You have friends here. You're loved. You are appreciated. We can't wait to see you again tomorrow, folks. Reminder, 9 a.m. We'll be in session at 7:30 a.m. as always on Towel Channel, and court will start around 9, jurors in at 9:30. Allie 90211, super towel hug to you, my dear friend. God bless you. JVA, it was great to see you, my dear friend. I'm sorry I missed you in the comments earlier. Dewdrops, Kiki and Riri, giving you all super towel hugs. H Towel, Sheffield Flannel, giving you a big super towel hug. Love you, my dear friend. Barbara, it was great to see you. Sis, I'm so glad you were there. Yes, holistic psychology. I'll get some sun. I hope you got some as well. Chastity, I love the super towel emojis. God bless you, dear friend. Oh, Amber AM again. Look at all these towel friends. Sandy Johnson, it was great to see you, dear friend. Oh, folks, if you can believe it, ladies and gentlemen, it was just a towel parade during today's stream. We had almost 10. We were chasing some of the biggest channels, Boston 25 and otherwise on the Towel Twitter. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we may have hit near 10,000 views on the Towel Twitter. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, close to 10,000 views, almost 8,000 on the Towel Twitter. We were up there, ladies and gentlemen. We have more views than Reuters has on the White House briefing. We were 7 times as much as Defense Diaries, although I do read their feed. They're interesting. I forget what side of the case they're on. Boston 25, we basically tied Boston 25, ladies and gentlemen. We have arrived, folks. Towel Stream has arrived. Cat in a Hat, God bless you. Susan Spadafora, I'm so glad I got to see both of your names pop up. Diana Natali, of course, you as well. God bless you. Eva, sending super towel hugs to you. Christina Mack, I love your username. Thank you so much. We're so happy you found the channel. I pray Karen's found guilty as well, and you are now a member of the honorary towel fold. Enjoy your special blue username. Now we got to do some other things, folks, here. One thing we have to do is I like to go through the people who sent amazing super towel chats. We weren't even going through them quick, but I saw some funny ones. I saw some amazing emojis today. Grant Smith Ellis fan, thank you again for your support. We hope Karen and Turtle Boy will be convicted in the same week. Def Otter, thank you for popping up. The commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. You be well, my dear friend. Emily Joyce, I love that little lemon emoji. Oh my goodness, my dear friend. God bless you so much for that little towel emoji. He made Little Towel so happy. Emily Joyce, God bless you. Lisa Cox, I saw you in there. Angela Powell, it was great to see you. Everybody have a good rest. Alana, you lay your head down to rest with your service dog, the super towel, knowing that you are loved, supported, and you have friends here. We love spending the day with you. We can't wait to see you tomorrow, dear friend. 7:30 a.m. Eastern, bright and early. You get some great rest, and you lay that head down knowing that you have friends and are loved here, my dear friend. Oh, Emily Joyce, I love the super towel lemon. He is a little super towel. Dewdrops said justice for John O'Keefe. We love the super towel at Dewdrops. Dewdrops is a very big deal on this channel. Yes, Camilla Mosley, the charge 3 for Karen is also a felony. It carries more than 2.5 years, potentially a little less, but it is a felony. It was indicted by a grand jury, so. Courtney Myers, 20 gift memberships. God bless you. You are a wonderful, long-time supporter of this channel. The Towel Friends love you in every sense of the term. You've unlocked emojis for so many Towel Friends. PK, oh goodness, God bless you, dear friend. It was great to see you as well. Crime Cricket, oh, Towel sending you a special hug, even as Towel wants to go see the sun. Crime Cricket, the thought of Crime Cricket brings smiles to little Towel's face because Crime Cricket is a super towel, sending you a hug. And yes, I think my towel therapy after Alessi's nonsense will be a type of cheeseburger or chicken wing. Kitties 1993 said that Alessi was, first, good morning, and that Alessi was quite strident today. Good luck taking down Dr. Welcher. Alessi did not take down Dr. Welcher. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Kitties 1993, thank you. Metro West Granite said, Grant rocks. Thanks for breaking all the legal mumbo jumbo down for us every single day. You are appreciated probably more than you'll ever know. Oh, my dear friend, you're going to bring tears to Little Towel's eyes. God bless you and thank you for your support. Courtney Myers, you are a super towel, Metro West Granite. Towel, God blesses you, dear friend. Courtney Myers with 10 more gift memberships. You are a super towel. Dev Otter came through with 5 gift memberships for the super towels and became a member themselves, saying, Dear super towels, we ain't got no quit. Oh, and then Dewdrops also left a super chat with a smiling pear rolling around on the ground. Oh, that was the best way to start the day. My heart was a flutter. I was giggling like a super towel. And ladies and gentlemen, can we please say, oh goodness, can we say a special thank you? Hold on, towel friends. Oh, you have an interview today, our Iowa Travel Nurse. The Towel Friends are with you in spirit, folks. Everybody, please take a second to keep Iowa Travel Nurse in their hearts and prayers for their interview today. We know you're going to get it, Iowa Travel Nurse. God bless you, dear friend. Good vibes, good spirits. We're with you. The Fluffy Towel Universe is with you in spirit. Jackie65, how's it going, my friend? It is great to see you. Oh, look at that little super towel. He is hanging out on the ground. He's like, how you doing, towel? And I'm like, how you doing, little emoji? You are a little super towel. You got a headband on? I'll give you a little super towel head pat. Oh, little towel loves you. Oh, God bless you, Jack E65. Every day coming through, chatting with the towel friends. I know you're watching. Super towel hug to you. You are appreciated. I want to hang out with that little towel emoji. I just want to bring him into my room and make him a plushie doll. I will have like 40 of them, and I'll be like, oh, that's Jack D65's plushie. I love that little plushie. Oh, God bless you. Hi, little super towel. Oh, I want to hang out with you all day. Oh, God bless you, Jack D65. Your super towel friends were saying hello. And ladies and gentlemen, look at Luisa Ramirez. Oh, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. How kind is Luisa Ramirez? Not just to support the channel, but the super towel emoji. First, I get a super towel emoji being like, hey, Grant, how's it going? That made me giggle. And then look at this super towel emoji. This super towel emoji is like, good job, Grant. You get a thumbs up. Oh, I am so happy. Oh, I did a good job. Thank you, little super towel emoji. Whether you're asking me how it's going or wearing a headband and giving me a thumbs up, I'm a little super towel. Luisa Ramirez, God bless you, dear friend. I see all your comments. I saw you come in earlier. It was so great to see you today. You are a super towel, and I just want to get that plushie now, doing the thumbs up, and be like, that is Luisa Ramirez. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, little super towel, with your headband and giving little towel a thumbs up. Oh, thank you, Pilgrim Shadow. Yes, friends, God bless you so much for your support of each other, your support of this channel. And now, listen, we're only at, 1:15 or so. So let me just load up these comments and let me go into my favorite and final section. Oh, look at this. Alessi did lose it. I agree, Colleen Henry. But Pilgrim Shadow, God bless you for being so friendly to your super towel friends. You too, Luisa Ramirez. But yes, my super towel friends, let us do this. As you know, we have a very specific way about us, okay, on this channel. We have a very specific way. We like to end the day a certain way. We like to start the day a certain way. And one of the days that little towel likes to likes to end the day. Oh, God bless you. Towel read a special message from a special towel friend, and I see you, and God bless you. And also, don't forget, it was Artworks 2's daughter's birthday today, and Towel's going to enjoy his lunch and think about how wonderful it was we got to celebrate that day with Artworks 2's daughter. And also sending special shout out to Sheffield, all the towels in Sheffield. Towel loves you. You keep doing good things. We're inspiring positive change. The world is becoming a better place. The world is healing. A better, brighter future is possible, ladies and gentlemen. Now, speaking of that, One of my favorite things to do. Listen, folks, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you found this public information service in the style of Lord Reith's vision for the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, then you know what you can really do to pay it forward? Look for reasons to engage in small acts of service and kindness. Look for reasons to help people around you. Whether it's something as small as donating to homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's something like doing a small act of service like shaking the hand of a neighbor, smiling at a friend you haven't seen in a while, visiting a family member you might have fallen out of touch with, donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell and having those plants denoted as honorary towels. Ladies and gentlemen, there are ways to make the world a better place, and through 6 degrees of authentic non-Chewbacca-based separation, let those small acts of kindness ripple outwards in the world and slowly bring about a new digital epic defined by the water bearer Aquarius waving a towel, not based on a realpolitik of preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but of preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to do small acts of service and embrace unconditional and universal love. Ladies and gentlemen, a better world is possible, a brighter world is possible, and it is because of the folks on this stream and those who put so much kindness and compassion into their interactions with others. I believe in it, folks, and I think you are part of the reason it can happen. So, to the folks on Twitter, because we always end the X stream early, you can join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m., youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You can, of course, join on the X as well. I can't wait to be with you again. It's going to be wonderful. We're going to spend a full day. The defense is starting their case. We'll start up with oral arguments from the lawyers from 9 to 9:30. Jurors will come in at 9:30. Now, if you've been following along, of course, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis is how you can actually join the chat, but you can follow on the X as well. So, folks, let's wish our friends over on the X, because the folks on the YouTube get a few extra minutes, because the friends on the X get a few extra minutes to start the day. Let's wish our friends over on X a beautiful day. You be safe out there. Enjoy the half day. Enjoy the sunshine. You beautiful, beautiful towel friends on X, and join us again tomorrow. So, folks, God bless the towel friends on X. We love you very much. Be safe. Be well. Towel loves you. You're enveloped in a fluffy towel universe. All right, folks, now we're done with the stream on X. Now, you know, if you've been on the stream for a while, Trailman, it's good to see you. I do think it was a bad day for the defense, and I agree. That's a very objective analysis, and I think, Trailman, that you make a very good point. Now, thank you all, friends, for being here. If you know, the YouTube stream gets a minute or two extra at the end because I love you all so much, and you all are such a wonderful community. I firstly want to give you all a very big hug. Listen, you've changed Little Towel's life, not because of this channel. I don't know where it's going to go, but just because I met you all. I go to bed now thinking like, oh my goodness, I have friends and they care about me and they care about each other, and you all have like individual identities and families and you're around the world. Oh, Little Towels, I can't tell you how much it means to me that we're in each other's lives. This is a special community. Every single one of your names popping up on the screen, it has left an indelible impression on Little Towel's heart. God bless you for it. You give me the energy to do this. You make me smile. You take my stress away. You've made me truly flourish. I'm in the zone, and it's because of you. I don't feel nervous or anxious. I just can do my work all day and smile while doing it. God bless you. Justice for John O'Keefe. Justice for the O'Keefe family. Justice for John, and justice for the voiceless. Oh, thank you, Diana Natali. You are special to us. You are a wonderful person. Oh, you are unique. Yes, Andritic. Every one of you is a unique, beautiful soul. I absolutely love you. I appreciate what we build here, and know that when I go out there to have my towel chicken wings, well, I'm going to take a towel shower because I've been sweating all day in this sweatshirt. I'm going to take another towel shower. Then I'm going to go eat my chicken wings, and I'm going to say, those people are amazing. They uplift towel. I go by Steph. Yo, it was great to see you. Jack D65. Happy days, folks. The Commonwealth's rested. They did amazing. We love Hank Brennan. You can call him Hank. You can call me Towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I sometimes go by Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis. I can't put into words how much I love and appreciate every single one of you. You're special because you are you. You're special because you found this community, and we are more special because we found you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, go out there with a smile on your face knowing you made Little Towel happy. If you benefited from this stream, if you think Little Towel should be happy, I am happy today because you are in my life. All right, friends, be safe. Keep loving your hearts. Try to make the world a better place and look for reasons to help. You can be that beacon of light. We will make this world better one day, one small act of service, one life at a time. Anything you need, you let me know. You know how to find me. We'll see each other again tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, bright and early, youtube.com/at Grant Smith Ellis. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you. Be safe. God bless.